Yeah. Like that.
So now we can get started, and now this meeting is being audio recorded. Welcome to the San Mateo County Coastside Design Review Committee meeting. The Design Review Committee, as establishing the zoning regulations, is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Today is Thursday, December 14th, 2023, and now is 12:38 p.m. This hearing consists of 4 projects. For better recording quality and orderliness of this meeting, please put your phone on silence, avoid extra chatting in the audience, and wait for a prompt before you speak on any matters on the agenda or not on the agenda. This meeting is being audio recorded. There are 2 opportunities for the public to speak, including the oral communication for matters not on the agenda, and a separate public comment session for each project on the agenda. Please review the agenda to identify which item you wish to speak on and the time of that item. For the fairness and orderliness of this meeting, please, due to amount of speakers, please limit your speech to 3 minutes or less, which will be strictly enforced, and you will be respectfully asked to stop speaking after 3 minutes. The chair will open the public comment section during the public comment period for oral communications for items not on the agenda, and for each item on the regular agenda. I will first read comments received before the meeting into the record for those who are not present in this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the rear table, on the rear wall. Please fill out the speaker form and provide it to me before each public comment session. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on an agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form, raise your hand, or press star 9 on your phone before each public comment session, and late speaker request will not be accepted. Please know that members of the public must wait for my prompt in connection with each agenda item before speaking. Also, you cannot speak on an agenda item that's later in the meeting. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I will prompt you to come to the front or unmute your account, then inform that you may begin speaking. I will then ask you to state your name for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing star 6 will mute or unmute your microphone. The design review committee decision for item 3 today, if any, will only be a recommendation regarding the project compliance and not the final decision on the project, the decision of which will take place at a later date. The design review committee's decision for items 1, 2, and 4, if any, are appealable to the planning commission within 10 business days by filing an appeal and paying the applicable fees. If you would like to file an appeal, please contact the project planner whose email address is listed on the agenda under their respective project. The appeal will be accepted by 5 p.m. on December 28, 2023. The CDRC does not review matters related to zoning standards, local coastal policies, and general plan, and will only review projects based on the design review standards and guidelines. For example, concerns regarding a possible impact on environment or parking compliance will not be addressed in this meeting. The CDRC will only review the design and architectural aspects of the project based on the design review standards. Depending on the scale and scope of changes, continued projects may be placed on the next month's agenda if revisions are submitted to the county by the end of business day, December 22nd, 2023. Applicants should note that continued matters may not be available by that date and are encouraged to take note of the committee's feedback. The next Coastside Design Review meeting will be held on Thursday, January 11, 2023. Item 1 is the roll call. Rebecca Captain.
Present.
Beverly Garrity.
Yes.
Mark Stackmar, not present. John Staton, currently not present, but will join us in a few minutes. Mark Dean, not present. With that, I turn it over to the chair. Since our chair is sick and in hospital right now, so I wonder if this. Oh, okay. So thank you, Beverly.
Okay, so we'll start with the chair report. It was not updated because of the chair's illness, but I do have the notes that I took last time. So I think we can proceed. Last time we updated, the old business of demonstration of, scale story poles, per Camille Leon. The DOS may be included in an overall zoning document update effort. So, what had been on hold, may be embedded in a massive zoning document update. It's to be determined. On the design standards update, it's just a confirmation that the residential standards update is currently on hold. The biggest news is that I think we have several new applicants. Are you familiar with the status of these applicants, Glenn? 4, I believe.
Yeah,
They
so
didn't
I
approve?
know this, they apply directly to the board supervisor's office, and then board supervisor's aide, and there and other staff members, they're handling the recruitment and interview.
Right. Do you know
Yeah.
the status of it?
haven't received any updates from board supervisor's office.
I see. Okay, so it's optimistic in that there are at least 4, maybe more, who have applied, and maybe when Camille comes in, she can give us some status on that. All right, we can open for public comment or any issues that the public would like to speak to.
So for our communications matters on our agenda, we have another item, just a quick announcement about a recent change we have made to the design review, Coastside design review agenda. So as the CDRC acts as the decision-making body for some projects, not all projects, so it needs to make decisions also on the CEQA exemption eligibility. So to be consistent with like other decision-making bodies such as the planning commission, so moving forward, that will include CEQA exemption language, staff recommendation in the description, as you can see in this current agenda. So specifically, the project can be exempt from CEQA environmental assessment requirement if it qualifies for the CEQA categorical exemption criteria as identified in the CEQA guidebook. If the CRC needs further information, we can circle back to the CRC with maybe a training or with more information.
I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, so that's something new, and mostly the CRC reviews residential projects, and most of the residential projects are likely qualify like under the CEQA categorical exemption criteria, but there are like some like special scenarios, maybe involves like a massive grading or like alteration to a creek or water course. If that happens, they cannot qualify. So that's an update we're making right now. So moving forward, if you have any questions, let me know, and I can send more information after this meeting regarding the exemption criteria to the CRC.
Yeah, that would be helpful to at least have the criteria. So would an applicant come and they would be requesting CEQA exemption from us at the same time that they're requesting approval?
Yes, so just like the planning commissions, when you request approval on the project, you're also requesting exemption or adoption of the environmental recommendation or assessments. So yeah, so then also staff will be available to answer questions related to CEQA exemption at the CDRC. So for example, if you are questioning the eligibility of a project for CEQA exemption, you can ask staff, and staff will be available to provide like maybe a brief analysis and try to can brief the CDRC on that discussion analysis around CEQA exemption. Okay. Any questions?
No, just looking forward to the information and the possible training
Okay,
before this actually comes up.
okay, so yeah, so I'll discuss with Camille after this meeting to determine what will be the most appropriate method of training delivery, and we'll be here for you now, and then stay tuned.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so per the chair, we're now opening public comment for items not on the agenda. So for those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms available on the rear wall. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please raise your hand please raise your hand using the raise hand feature on Zoom. To speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press star 9 to indicate your desire to speak. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come to the front or unmute your account. Then I will inform that you may begin speaking. Okay. We have received 1 speaker form, and this is for item 1. This is not for this session. And in the audience on Zoom, there's 1 attendee from members of the public, and I don't see any raise hands. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So just for information, since you just arrived, we're in the oral communication from matters not agenda session. Would you like to speak on this item?
No.
No? Okay. Okay, sounds good. So I don't see any raise hands or speaker forms. So Beverly, please indicate if you'd like to.
We can close oral communications and move to item 1. How far is John Stedman?
John Stedman, per our phone call 10 minutes ago, he should arrive just now.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're 10 minutes to 1 p.m. and we have the owner here and we have the project planner Sono on Zoom. And owner, please let me know if your architect or your project design team will join us.
No, it'll be us today.
Just
Yeah,
you.
we're owner builder request.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so we will come back at 1 p.m. for item 1. So now I will just stop the video for now, and then we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
You check that out for a second, I'm trying to call.
So I have a question.
Oh, hi.
Hi, so Mark, the guy building the house behind me,
Yeah.
he
Oh,
submitted,
you are.
no, I'm
No.
Karen Wilson.
Oh, you're Karen, okay.
He's proposing an easement on my property.
Okay.
How does that happen without my permission?
He's proposing an easement on property.
Yeah, it says it right here,
On yours or Christine's?
online. He has an easement on Christine's. And he came over and talked to me about it, but I said, not unless we had a lot of discussion. I'm a lawyer.
Is it for the drainage?
Yeah, I have a river.
Can you show on that?
Yeah, he's showing.
The river?
The easement. Is it, so you'll be a new easement, so that's for sure.
Well, he's got one already, there it is. Right, it's on Christie's land, but the easement. You can't just pour water on it, it's just tree stumps and lindtree rock, it just drains on my property.
Okay. Yeah, so.
And they keep saying, the county keeps saying, there's no drainage problem.
We're not saying there's no drainage problem, we're saying this.
It's not.
This is-
The last one. Where's
Yeah.
yours?
I'm there, no, I'm right there.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry, I just saw it, I'm like, wait a second.
it's over here, I printed it, so that line going east-west is your property?
Okay, that's easement, that's the current deeded easement, that's on Usher's property. This is my property, and right now, all of this is flooding.
Yeah.
And this house over here now too. As soon as they dig the pit,
So I wonder if this plan is gonna help you.
he's trying to change,
I wonder if this is gonna help you.
well, the problem is this county culvert,
Yeah.
so it can't take any more water.
So
I
that,
mean, I don't mind working with somebody,
this is the latest information, we just got this today.
yeah, but I don't like him proposing something that we didn't agree to. We discussed it.
So he'll be here.
No, I know.
You'll be here, and I know Camille may have more information
Yeah.
regarding this,
Yeah.
so.
Just today, here.
I'm just so upset, I can't take anymore.
Hopefully it's something to help, and how long we've been working on that.
Hi, John.
That's the water coming from
No,
the
I
neighbors behind me.
There you go.
Where am I?
This is what I have already.
Okay.
This is me here?
Yeah.
I talked to Supervisor Mueller yesterday. It's a very nice.
Yeah, we understand that there's like, there are some concerns regarding right now. And we could bring it up, during the public comment section, hopefully the applicant can just work together with us and, provide a response. And, just for information, during the planning process.
Here's the thing you guys don't see, is this is the county culvert out in front of my house. It's not taking the water, it overflows right there. See, it can't take the water comes over it and then washes into my property.
So this is something we need to put there, and we should put that as well as.
Is there a way to put it up there to go?
Is there a way to hook it into the system?
Can I text it to you, email it to you?
Email it to me.
I can't email on the phone. Apple reset it so many times.
Can she hardwire into your computer and you can?
I can text it to you and you can just load it. I won't keep your number.
It's the Granada Community Services.
I'm on Xfinity.
Okay.
So that works for you?
No, I'm not sure if my number can
Rebecca's
take,
on.
this account.
GCIC public.
If we have this number, you can try.
It ties me into Xfinity, but a lot of times I have to DST Republic.
Is the mail coming?
Yeah, Camille's coming, yeah, do you have Infinity ones in here?
Extra water leaving sites and it's a raging river.
This one's been fine. Oh, I'm using it.
What's that? Oh, no,
Oh, it's still the task day.
Then you did that on the other. Yeah.
Oh, no, need that.
Sorry, we're losing you.
Yes, this is really.
This is the last. Yeah, I have been super busy and gone a ton and it's,
Yeah.
2023 turned into,
If it doesn't work in a year, it's like shoulder.
For a lot of people.
So we can also.
yeah, it's been tricky, so.
Oh,
And luckily being the Princeton person, there's not a lot that falls directly on my plate, but losing Doug, I think is what I'll have to.
It has.
Deal with.
Well, who knows, maybe you should move into Alberta.
Well,
Because that's where you live, right?
it is right.
Mhm.
It's getting increasingly difficult for me to carve.
Did any letters come in about that problem?
Being here today.
One matter. It's a matter for the previous meeting.
Sure.
Yeah,
it's the same.
that neighbor will.
It's different when you quick jump out and sit on
No,
a
I understand.
bikes, right? You know, I could be, I could be out of the state, I could be on a job.
Letters.
yeah, that's a lot easier.
There's a lot easier.
So much easier.
I don't wanna pull the plug, but.
So that thing will set on. For
It's time for me, but it would
How would I,
really
where do I
help.
find that?
We could-
So you can go to the county, the design review website
Yeah.
and go to the letter was uploaded to the
MCC actually got
November 9th meeting.
an in-person recording.
Have all the letters there.
Yeah, it's all that, just one letter from this.
One
Oh, two letters.
real-time remote voting privilege, something like that. Like if you can't make it, so nice to have that option.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was a little bit of adjustment made.
Flexibility. Mm-hmm. There should be more than that.
Nice to see you here, John.
Thank you. It's nice to see you as well.
Good, yeah, for coming, perhaps on drainage.
Fine, thank you.
The contractor just emailed, to call, during that, so I'm just getting rushing.
For me, I looked, I don't know, somewhere I saw the agenda. And I thought the overnight item was later. So I had to,
Originally it was.
yeah, I had to quickly reconfigure it. I can't be there to meet you.
And I started looking at the overnight because I was, mine was one, two, and. Wait a minute.
Well, 40 minutes to 1 p.m. 40 seconds.
40 seconds, 40 seconds.
Okay. Hey, so now are you still here?
Yes, Glenn, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone.
Sounds good. Yeah, I just want to make sure you're here, and then we have the owner slash applicant. Okay, and now we're almost ready to get started. Okay, it's 1 p.m. now, so John, you may start introducing the project to the audience.
The audience seems to be us. And
Yeah.
It's like an addition, a fairly straightforward addition to me, and I was not involved in prior meetings, so I'm not sure what the history is.
John, you can just immediately read the description. Architect's name.
Oh, you need me to read the whole description?
Yeah, just all things from name of the.
Okay, so the owner. Elaine May was defined, 130 Bridgeport Drive, El Granada, APN is 037-333-200. Description is consideration of a design review permit to allow major modification to a previously approved proposal of a 786 square foot, 2-story addition to an existing 1,557 square foot, single-story, single-family residence on a 7,689 square foot parcel approved by the CDRC on July 8th, 2021. Modification would result in a height change from 24 foot 6 feet to 25 feet 4 inches. Addition of copper gutters and exterior color and material changes. The project involves no significant tree removal and only minor grading. Project is not appealable to California Coast Commission. In conjunction with the requested DR permit, it is recommended that the CDRC determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. Pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15303, application deemed complete November 6, 2023.
So now, the owners and applicant, would you like to give us a brief presentation about the project?
Sure, well, as noted in the description of the project, we have some changes made to the project that are deemed as major modifications per the CDRC's guidelines, and so we're here today to discuss any questions that you may have. And respectfully request that you all approve the changes. A couple of notes to make. The color scheme that we're proposing is similar to what was approved in 2021. What was approved was a Benjamin Moore Newbury Port Blue for the siding, and then a pure white for the trim. And we've changed that to Benjamin Moore Blue Note, which is a more blue gray. And then for the trim, Benjamin Moore Classic Gray, which is considered an off-white. And for further research and consultation with, around design and paint colors, we decided to go with an off-white for the trim, so as to prevent sort of the bright white look
Right.
with the trim. Yeah. And then for the gutters and talking with our, metal and HVAC contractor, we decided to go with copper gutters because it's looks much nicer aesthetically, and then it lasts a lifetime as opposed to gutters that would have to be replaced. And then for the change in height, unfortunately, it was a mistake that was made on the design part from our designer. We hired a designer and then a separate structural engineer to do the drawings for us.
Right.
And in the drawings that were approved by the committee and approved through the building department, the design essentially didn't include the plate heights and then didn't account for the plate heights that the structural engineer put in his drawings. And so it was a
I kind
mistake.
of I guessed that already, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Unfortunate to have found that out while it was being built, and then our contractor, our framer, built it to the plate heights that were drawn in the structural engineer's drawings and didn't flag, and we didn't flag that we would have to go through the height verification because, as per stated on our approved plans. I will note too that you are maybe well aware, but, scheduling a surveyor takes a long time. The two surveyors that we worked with back in 2020 and 21 have since retired, and from what I've heard from all of the other ones, there's a shortage in the county, so it took a few months just to get somebody out to verify the height. And in the meantime, we had gotten flooding and mold, unfortunately, from the rainstorm back in May, which nobody was expecting, and so we were really concerned about mold and sealing it up for water, so we put the roof on. And so when the surveyor came out to verify the height, the roof was already on, and so that accounted probably for another 3 inches or so, which isn't normally included in a height verification.
right.
So when we calculated the difference, the height is still, per the CDRC's guideline, deemed a major modification. It's more than 3 inches, but we're really looking at maybe 6 inches at the most, higher than what was approved in our plans.
So my position on that, and then I don't know.
I think that now we open it up to questions from the committee, if there are clarifying questions, and then to public comment, and then we get to what we think for discussion. So,
Is there anyone?
You have any questions? Any clarification?
I know that it's on here, but can you just remind me how much you're over, what you?
Yeah, it's 9.6 inches.
Okay, and, the work is complete and the gutters are on? What?
No, I feel like I totally understand what happened in this one. I'm good.
I do have, if you all wanted to see, I printed some photos we got photos of different vantage points of the structure if you're interested in looking, and then it shows the gutters and the paint colors that we picked. Pretty light there.
Is that any different you wanna ask, clarifying question?
And I can fill out a public slip. Did you, perchance know if your lighting specified is dark sky lighting?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so the lighting, the plans called for replacing, there are 2 lights that are in front of the garage.
Mhm.
So we took them off obviously to do the construction and paint, and then those were put back on, and then the light that will go over the door will be dark sky compliant.
And so the glass cage light is dark sky compliant?
Yeah, and that one, are you looking at the email exchanges with our planner? Yeah, that one is dark sky compliant, and I sent the specs to Sonal, and
Sure.
it was approved by her team.
Thank you.
And I know in these new drawings, the chimney and the garage look different, but they are painted the same color as the siding.
You know, open up the public comment?
Okay, now we're opening for public comment for item number 1. No correspondence was received prior to this meeting for this project. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker phones are available on table on the wall in the rear. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide your speaker form, raise your hand, or press *9 on your phone immediately, and late speaker requests will not be accepted. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come to the front or unmute your account, then inform that you may begin speaking. I'll then ask you to state your name for the record. For those joining by phone, please press *6 to mute or unmute your microphone. I have only one speaker form, and that's not for item 1. I'm checking.
You actually have one.
Oh, wait, that's for item 1. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we have a speaker form here for item 1. That's from Ronald.
Stefan.
Okay. That's all. Okay, thank you. So please come to the front and I may begin speaking, and you have 3
Ronald
minutes.
Stefanik, 238 Wayland Street, Eldorado, and I'll answer my stepdaughter really well. I'd just like to ask, you covered everything very well. I'd just like to say that where you put 7 inches below the envelope that you have to devise, it's a max of 66, and we're at 63.3, so it's 2.7. And actually, the zoning allows for the height to be between 20 and 30 feet, and we're all 2.7 feet lower than the maximum allowed in that zoning district. I just thought, and just in the technicality, but in the planning regulations, if you're over 3 inches, it's a major consideration. So if you take the 3 inches off the roof, we're really talking about 3 inches over the grace period. I just wanted that. So
Thank you very much. Okay, and I don't see any other speaker requests. Probably in-person attendees, and the attendees on Zoom. So yeah, we have no more speaker requests. And now please, John, please indicate if you would like to close public comment for item 1.
Let's call public comment for item 1. Close public comment for item 1.
Okay, now we're moving to the committee discussion session.
Okay. What's your-
I think it's a totally understandable field change necessary to make the structure work, and I'm a little bit surprised that it came back to us and wasn't able to be approved at the staff level. I don't have any concerns.
Okay.
I think government not.
I'm actually not on your committee.
It's just the 2 of us.
But I do have a question. Do you have a letter of continuance? Or was this a planner decision to have it come back?
I believe that's a planner's decision, but I defer that question to the project planner. So
It sounds like the height verification just came in too high enough that it qualified as a major modification. Is that correct? So it's just procedure.
Yes.
What's the notice there? Is that the planner?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I can speak on that matter. So basically, based on CDRC regulations, if the height change is more than 3 inches, then it is considered as a major modification, and it requires to come back to CDRC for review. And that is why this project was brought to CDRC for consideration.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
So as far as my comments on this, I agree with you 100%. I've been involved in construction here for a number of years, and for most of the time, we would never be seeing this. The only time you had a real problem is if you went over your 28 feet. If it was a reasonable field adjustment that fell as far as this is under maximum height, we would never even be seeing this again. So I have zero issue with this at all, and I'm good.
yeah. Okay, yeah, so I just want to clarify one thing, for projects under 28, keeping high, we still review them, still take that seriously, because it may affect the overall design of the project, so.
I'm not saying we don't review anything on
I mean,
28, I'm saying that
yeah.
before, I've been in this position myself. And when the explanations made and the actual heights calculated and it's within this range, it was handled administratively without having to come back through this process. So I think maybe that 3 inches that's a pretty tight number, considering the variables when you're trying to build something from nothing. It's pretty easy to get over 3 inches, but you can still be well within it. So it's just something that I, for the county, I actually talked to Camille, I called Camille before I got here. And I talked to her about it, so I feel like this is too stringent, it's wasting all of our time. That's my position, so, but I think this is fine, I have zero issues with it.
Okay, sounds good. Any additional questions?
No additional questions. I think it's just, the applicant needs to, tell us if they would like us to take a vote. No?
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay.
We asked the committee if you could take a vote.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the project, with the conditions.
I would second that.
Okay, now take a roll call. John Steckman? Rebecca Ketchum?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so motion passed and congratulations.
Thank you.
So great to hear.
Thanks very
Thank you
much.
very much. And thank you very much.
Enjoy Christmas.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Likewise.
have a Merry Christmas.
The stress level. just-
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for now.
Okay, so we finished this one early, so we're now at 1:14, so we'll take a 15-minute break and come back for item 2. Yes.
Right, 1:30.
That would be a long time to wait. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna step out one more time.
Do anything else?
No.
You're
free.
Okay, so I'm done.
Okay, I see, the project team, Mr. Love, Kenneth Coverdell, and, staff member Olivia are on this call, so please accept my request so you can become panelists. I'm going to resend it to you, just accept my request, that will allow you to speak and present at like any time as needed.
Okay, can I begin?
Just
Yeah.
one moment, let me just bring everyone up to panelists. Make sure we have a whole team here. Oh, okay. Olivia just joined us as a panelist, and I think we are ready to get started. And the community representative for this project is
Yeah.
Beverly.
And then portion, that's the one, the exposed one. Okay, I'd like to begin the Moss Beach project. Owner, Chris McAfee and Deborah Hurst. Applicant, Ed Love. File number PLN 2023-00150. Location 400 Sierra Street, Moss Beach. APN 037-084-190. This is the consideration of a design review permit to allow the construction of a 1,119 square foot second floor addition to an existing 1,717 square foot single family residence with an attached 515 square foot two-car garage on an existing 8,251 square foot developed parcel in association with a coastal development permit, CDX. The project involves no tree removal and only minor grading. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission. In conjunction with the requested design review permit, it is recommended that the CDRC determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA. Oh, so we do need to do that, right?
Yeah.
Pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15303. Applicant deemed complete November 9th, 2023. Project planner Olivia Boo, oboo@smcgov.org. Okay, Glenn. First of all, are you the applicants?
Hi, I've never heard yet.
Okay, and this is,
I'm Andrew, I'm here on behalf of Ed Love.
okay, hi, Andrew.
Hi.
All right, thanks for coming here. It is the two of us, Rebecca Catkin, the architect, and I am covering for the Moss Beach rep. I'm the Montero rep. Will be your committee. Glenn, can we take care of the CEQA issue first? Would you like to do that?
Well, I did not know it was the thing we were gonna have to
Right.
do and have a training to do it, so I do have some questions about it. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't feel prepared to do that.
Yeah, sure. So I'm pulling up the whole section, and also I'm pretty sure Olivia did the analysis as part of the project review. So Olivia can be available to answer questions on the phone, on the Zoom line, and at the same time, I'll just put up the section number in the CEQA guidebook, just to inform the.
So is this project not categorically exempt from secret review because of its location or because of some aspect of the design?
According to the description here, it's exempt from CEQA.
It is exempt. from
It is
SEQA.
exempt.
So why are we being asked to exempt it?
We just need to, the CRT just needs to consider it and adopt the recommendation from staff.
Okay.
So my question would be, was it determined that, and this would be to Olivia, why is it determined that it is exempt from CEQA?
Olivia, are you here with us?
She's muted.
Yeah, Olivia, you're muted. And I can put up this section here. Oh, Olivia is on now.
Okay. Yeah, let me pull up that section.
Yeah, sorry, this is a little new to this committee and I just read this. And I just pulled up this section here. See on the screen, little hard to see. So we're citing this section here, 15303, new construction or conversion of small structure.
So Olivia, if you can hear us, can you tell us why you determined the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the CEQA guidelines from section 15303?
Yeah, sorry, I'm pulling up the other, because, let's see here. Yeah, for the existing facilities, you're doing,
Yeah, so here, so that may be a typo or like some confusion in the agenda. So Olivia, so I have this section 15301 existing facilities.
yeah, minor
Uh,
alterations to an existing facility.
Yes.
What are you saying, 15301?
Yeah, 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. And I have the language here on the screen.
Can you read it out loud? I can't read that
Yeah.
one here.
Okay, Olivia, do you agree this is the one we'll be using?
Yes.
Is this in the zoning doc?
Not in the zoning doc, it's in the CEQA guidelines. So I can read it out loud here, so section
Here,
one.
let me do this.
Okay.
Okay, so existing facilities, are you familiar with this? Do you know what happened here? Okay, this is a class 1. And it consists of the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasing, licensing, or minor alteration of existing public or private structures, facilities, mechanical equipment, or topographical features involving negligible or no expansion of existing or former use. The types of existing facilities itemized below are not intended to be all-inclusive of the types of projects which might fall within class 1. Key consideration is whether the project involves negligible or no expansion of use.
Yeah, subsection E.
So we're focusing on subsection E, additions to existing structures, provided that the addition will not result in an increase of more than 50% of the floor area of the structure before the addition, or 2,500 square feet, whichever is less. So is it less than 50%? It looked pretty
Olivia.
close, in my reading of this. So, let's see, yeah, it's less than, no, it's not, it's more than 50%. It's a construction of 1,119 square feet, second floor addition to an existing 1,717 square foot.
You're saying 1,117, I see 1,116.
Item number 2, 1,119 square foot second floor addition to an existing 2-story, 1,717 square foot
That's
single
not what the
family.
cover sheet says. I'm looking at the cover sheet, it's just slightly different numbers.
Oh, Olivia, what is the existing?
I'm
square
trying
foot?
to bring it up. Sorry, my computer is not cooperating with me right now.
Can you
I've
go
got it
back?
here.
Let's see. And then does the 50% include the garage? Sorry. Because the existing floor area as shown on the cover sheet is 1,557.
I have marked on the plans proposing 1,119.
Okay.
Right, and
So
what is
that
the
is correct.
existing square footage?
It says
Existing is 2,232, including the garage.
including the garage. Can you go up to E there, please, Glenn? Okay, more than, all right, and scroll down a little, 50%. So we're in 50% of the floor area. And we're less than 2,500. 10,000 feet if the project is in an area where all public services and not apply. Addition of safety or health protection devices for use during construction. I'm sorry, I'm just reading this. New copy of existing on and off print maintenance of existing. Including as defined. Well, it doesn't fill within that category. What is I? Glenn, can you scroll up? Maintenance of not apply, fish, no. K, no. Can we go to L? Scroll up, please.
Scroll up.
Scroll down.
Demolition.
Yeah, duplex, yeah. Okay, this is a first for us, I apologize.
Yeah, just one moment
And
here.
sorry, 1119 is the number I'm seeing here. I was looking for.
1119, yes, okay. Installation of an existing medical waste, no. Okay, so Olivia, it seems like this is really just a double check. A new process. This project seems, Rebecca, to.
Well, is it over the 50%? Is it?
No, it's under, the existing is over 2,000. What is the existing again, Olivia?
2232?
2232,
So if you divide that in half, that's 1116.
correct.
Well, it is over by 3 square feet.
So if we can
Yeah.
make some adjustments that fix that, then I think. that
Oh,
we
I
can-
don't think we will need a condition here because it says, including but not limited to. And, given that we, have the capability to exempt new single family homes of like even 5,000 square foot, 6,000 square foot. In this case, it's pretty safe for us to make interpretation that, this project qualifies for, CEQA exemption because it's obviously smaller than a, typical single family home.
Well-
And, this section allows us to.
Let me back up a little.
Yeah.
Legally, the expression including but not limited to means there can be other factors beyond what's listed. So you have to apply the factors that are listed. So we do have to make a note for the 3 extra square feet.
And so, why don't we just, start the project presentation first? And work on a similar project previously, and, Olivia can also do a research in back, and we can circle back to the committee regarding the environmental, review criteria.
I think by the
we're
time we
good.
get through the design review, we may have other.
Yeah.
Comments
Right.
that are in alignment with making that happen, but I do have to say, I don't wanna disadvantage the applicant because we're not familiar with
Right.
the process, but, it's hard to proceed being told that we have to.
Make a decision.
Make a decision on something that we have no training on.
Olivia, could you give me that total again? 2.
32.
Okay. All right, so what we could do if it is an issue still, the 3 square feet is to make a note that.
The total would fall within that.
So however you want. 50%, and let me just. Let's go down to, let's go up, excuse me, again, to E. Here we go, 50% of the floor before the addition, okay. And that is section, go up further, please. E 15301. E, okay. Right, would you be so kind as to give us a
Sure.
presentation?
Could you bring up the plans, Glenn?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. Andrew, or Fred Love. This is my client Deborah. This is her proposed addition for her house. Let's start with the new site plan. Okay, so there isn't really much changing on the first floor for this house. Just a little bit of reorganization of the laundry room and a bedroom, a bathroom for the smallest bedroom. And so it's just those small little wall changes and some plumbing there. As for the rest of the site, there's gonna be a lot of landscaping to be done and addition of some decks, and patios. Down here, this tiled area is existing, and so we would be adding on this lower deck here and then this side deck here that comes from the side yard. There will be a newly proposed, permeable paver driveway that will be replacing the, asphalt concrete. And yeah, that's pretty much most of the site development there. Next slide, please. So this is the existing first floor. So you can see that there's kind of a funky bathroom here with two doors going in. And basically what we'll be doing is removing this and making it only, you can only come in through one way, and then this will be turned into a laundry room. But this is the existing plan as well.
So we should probably tell you, we don't impact the inside of the house. We're really focused on the exterior.
Okay, I'll get to the exterior soon.
Great.
Going to jump to the elevation plans.
Sure. Okay, so as you can see, there's gonna be a second story addition, all within the existing footprint of the house. There's gonna be, 2 bedrooms added upstairs with a loft that overlooks the new living room that the family's gonna have and the wet bar. The siding is gonna be, matching the existing, and the colors will change a little bit. The roof will change, material will change. It'll be a standing seam metal roof, a lot cleaner looking and a lot nicer and, more modern looking. And as well as the garage door, we'll have a glass garage door with frosted glass, so that will be a much more contemporary look. Excellent.
I'm just jumping also around here. Can you just point me? You have a materials page? Yes, you do. Found it.
Okay, so this is the rear elevation or the west elevation facing the ocean. You can see that there's gonna be some glass railings put in on the lower story deck and then the upper story deck, and then you can see here the loft that overlooks the whole backyard. There is a mistake on this plan. There's supposed to be a window here for the small office that's gonna be proposed. It's already an existing space, basically, just a window is gonna be put in there. And then there will be a spiral staircase that goes up from the lower deck to the upper balcony. And again, matching the siding with the existing siding as it is now. And kind of covering up this opening below with just some sort of wood covering, so you don't see those columns holding up the deck.
The window you're referring to, where is that?
The window I'm referring to would be in the walk-in closet for the master bedroom. So if you referred to the floor plan, you could see that that's right here
In the roof line, you mean?
No, in the low wall.
in the low wall here. So that would be next to this sliding glass door. Right here. So master closet, that's gonna be converted into an office. So just a simple slider window there. At countertop height. And then over here, you can see that this railing gets a little bit higher, and that's due to just, blocking wind for when they're sitting outside and having a nice dinner. Could you go to the next slide?
Yeah, sure.
So here you can see, the side elevation, you can see the changes in the roof and then the addition, just under 28 feet. You can see the loft here poking out, looking out towards the ocean. Really trying to match the existing aesthetic of the windows. And there will be a large circular window here in that loft that's planned to be stained glass. So necessarily wouldn't be, you know, taking the privacy away from neighbors. It would be more of a beautiful aesthetic of the home. And then you can see here how far that balcony on that second story pops out. And then here as well, you can see how high that railing is to block all the wind for when they're sitting up there and having dinner. And then again, the siding to match existing.
Okay, here we have the cross sections.
Yeah, the cross sections, this would be, right, so the stairway is going to basically stay the same. They're gonna add these two doors in the center that go up to the second story. And yeah, that pretty much stays the same. We are working with the structural engineers. There's some posts that come down in the kitchen that we're still working on, how to remove those. I guess you can go to the next slide. Here, this cross section really shows the new 2-bedroom additions there. And then it would be a ship's ladder that takes you up to the loft with ceiling heights that range from 7.6 to about 7.2. And then there would be some small storage cabinets in there as well up there.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? Is the loft defined as part of the habitable space?
It defined as a habitable space, yes.
It's calculated, okay.
Yes, it's calculated as floor area.
6 average ceiling, it's not a bathroom or a storage room.
I'm sorry?
I think that you said the ceiling ranges from 7.2 to 7.6
Yeah, right now it's a little unclear because we still haven't gotten the structurals back. So still trying to work that out with them.
Okay, I mean, that's a building issue, but I think that a 7.6 average ceiling is required if that's part of the habitable space and it's not a laundry room or bathroom, and it sounds like that might put you over the 28 feet, right?
No, it wouldn't put us over the 28-foot mark, but it would have flat roof, a very flat roof of some kind. It could be adjusted to 7.6. There is room for it. Something that I would take into recommendations, I guess.
If you do that all the way across, I'm just looking at the height, does that put you over?
Well, that's what I was wondering, but I guess if the top is at 7.6, he's saying if it were a flat roof, that they could make it happen, because you're 3 inches below the.
Yeah.
What's the plate height on the floor below the loft?
8 feet. And below that. Can we go to the height, elevation? I think it's.
Here's the cross section, or to go to the elevation fence.
We can do, I think it's on the elevation, the north elevation.
So this one here, I can see this one.
Yeah, on the right-hand side. So let's see, how many close? 8 feet on the second story, and then right now you have 113 to 121. Oh, wait, loft floor, is that the loft floor, 113 to the ridge, 121.6.
Oh, I see, you're at 27, 5.5, I think you're at 7, 8, or 9. So you do have 6 inches. You do have enough room.
So to get that slope still.
I think
Little
so,
bit.
it does look like it's angling down. Yeah, so that would be an item for coordination with the engineer. It seems to me if you're gonna have legal habitable space there, that you need to increase the total height of the building by a few inches.
Yeah, I mean, again, the engineer will get back to us. I mean, the depth of the floor joists that hold up the loft, those could be substantially
Right, yeah.
reduced, and, you know, working around that.
I'm kind of bringing it up
Mhm.
now in part because our first item was a project that had to come back because they were just over 3 inches more when they did their final survey verification than what they had said, and so it might be better to build some leeway in.
Right. Yeah, that's smart. 3 inches, it's
Mhm.
That's a margin.
Okay, so I can see.
Casey, are you here by any chance on the call? Casey, can you cover that there on the call?
Is that your project manager?
No, it's the landscape architect. He has, oh, he's not here. Is he?
Where's the landscape plan?
It's coming up.
Yeah, get into this all now.
There it is.
Yeah, get into this all, move yourself.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
So, yeah, I'm gonna just pass this over to you, and then, I'm just gonna finish this last slide, and then you can take your sheets.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so, let's go to the next slide down here.
Which one?
This one, please. So this is the garage door that we're choosing here, and then obviously dark sky compliant lights. And then next slide, please. These are the colors and the color swatches that were chosen. They're planning to do a all wood entry door that's like a Dutch door, and you know they can open it for ventilation downstairs. And then, yeah, these are the colors that they chose, which match with the interior designer's choices for the interior, so.
So the October mist shows up where? Is that the roof color?
That would be the siding color, the roof color would be the hail navy.
Pale navy is the roof color, okay.
Matching the entry door.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Or no, this, the standing seam metal roof is a dark regal blue, and that comes directly from the manufacturer. It's not painted.
Do we have do you have an image or a sample of that?
No, I don't. But,
Who's the manufacturer?
I believe, I think it's Snap Clad System, standing seam metal roof. And they come in a variety of colors, and they do have a dark regal blue, which is the color we chose to go with.
October mist, is that
Benjamin Moore,
a light green?
somewhat.
Yeah. Okay,
And then, I guess Casey, I'll hand it off to you because this is your next sheets here and talk about the landscape plans.
Sure.
All right, cool.
thank you. Ms. Guy, Casey, yes.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Can you guys hear me? Is that good?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I think Andrew touched on a couple key factors of the project. You know, first off, replacing the asphalt driveway with a permeable paver driveway. The existing deck is going to remain, and it's got a beautiful Saltillo tile finish to it. The additional decks are really just for flow and access on the other parts of the property. It's fairly, I'd say, medium slope to the site. So from the existing deck, we'll have a glass railing, and most of it being 42 inches high for safety guardrail. But as Andrew pointed out, on the north side, we will extend that railing higher to provide some wind protection from the westerly winds, especially along the ocean there. The other portions of the deck will be a composite deck. You see the portion that's west of the existing deck, and that is just kind of a small access deck for the existing hot tub that's there, and then some continued access steps down into the garden. And then we have the south deck, and what that's going to become is kind of a place for the client to be able to open up the sliding door, work on her art, and look out at the ocean. And then it also provides access from the different levels of the property. As far as the overall design and kind of philosophy of the project is we're trying to retain as much water on site and potentially use that water as irrigation for the new plantings, California native themed. So we have really beautiful stepping stone path to take you through the California native garden. And as we move up towards the north portion, our client husband really wanted to maintain an area of lawn to be able to mow because he enjoys it. So we'll be using the drought tolerant native no-mow lawn. So he can still mow it when he wants, but extremely drought tolerant and low in water use. And then the rest of the hatching around that is going to be a mix of native grasses and achillea to create kind of a beautiful meadow scene. And then there's a couple of existing palms, and so we're going to kind of build a little deck where they can hang a hammock between the palms and overlook the ocean, and a simple stone on sand patio space for them to enjoy as well. So that's kind of the overview of what the landscape project is. Yeah. That's all I got.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, that's better. Sorry, I don't know what happened.
Just checking in with you about the non-permeable surfaces and that it's in compliance for square footage of non-permeable surfaces on the project. Is it in compliance? Was there a calculation that was done?
Yeah, let me take a look here.
And I have a question to Andrew, the applicant, to help us understand the project better. So you're proposing impervious surface on the property?
Yeah,
Are any part of impervious surface going to be used for drainage purposes?
Yeah.
any part of, or any part of the impervious surface is gonna be used as drainage purposes.
Yes.
Probably runoff would go into the landscaping if it didn't go into the tanks that Casey's planning to use to water plants. The permeable paper driveway will be, replacing the impervious areas, so there'll be less impervious areas in this project.
Right.
Yeah, so if you're, for example, if you're picking a driveway, it falls like a certain slope and it directs water into like the landscape area, so it can just go into the soil and ground surface. If that's the case for drainage purposes, we may apply exceptions to projects for these purposes. It's just like for decoration purposes, that could be a challenge, but if it's designed at a certain slope or designed specifically to direct water toward the right location, to the right area, that we may apply exceptions to the 10% requirement for everyone's information.
Okay. I mean, there is planning, I mean, there would be some sort of drain here in front of the garage door that would direct that water away from the garage door and into some sort of landscape.
Can I ask well, this is a question for the landscape architect or designer who will be not with us anymore, but there is a note indicating. Oh,
I'm
are
still
you?
here. Yeah.
There's a note indicating new plants to be irrigated with automatic controller. Is that only to establish the plants or is there an irrigation plan?
Yeah, there's an irrigation plan.
Or have you guys submitted the WILO paperwork?
I think,
Yeah, that was submitted and approved, preliminary approval.
Okay, that's in the package. Okay, so the two decks, or at least the one deck, in the rear, is that more than 18 inches off ground?
which one?
The one to the, not the one surrounding the hot tub, but the one to the left of the tile, existing tile.
Yeah, yeah, you can see the elevation points. I believe it's 3 feet. I can't see. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so, Olivia, do you just have a yes or no? Is the, are the, non-permeable surfaces more than 10%?
Yeah, sorry, I'm still scanning the plans for that information.
I think Andrew has those calculations on page 1.
Let me go back to that.
Impervious surface on the cover sheet?
Yeah, do you have that?
I have the lot coverage addition,
Okay.
not the impervious surface. And I mean, those decks wouldn't be.
No,
impervious,
they're
those would be
not
no
in
space.
that calculation.
But they would be in the lot coverage calculation.
Yes. So just checking, if somebody can, take a look at that, we can move on. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, great. All right, any more presentation on plans?
No.
No, thank you so much.
And to CRC, I think staff is ready to respond to the concerns regarding CEQA airport exception. So Olivia, are you available to just share that discussion or recommendation with the CRC?
Yeah, so let me bring up the screen so I can read off so it qualifies under the exemption of, let's see here, going further down to item E, so in the same section, by item E, E number 2, under the 10,000 square foot, where all public services and facilities are available, and it's not in an environmentally sensitive area.
But it violates, E. Small e.
It has the
It's-
option to fall under either of those.
I see, so it qualifies under E number 2,
Correct.
which says, please repeat, what again?
It's 10,000 square feet, up to 10,000 square feet if the project is serviced by public services and facilities, and where it's not near an environmentally sensitive area.
And how is it determined if it's near an environmentally sensitive area?
We look at for urbanized areas that it is one that there's no sensitive habitat.
Yeah, and we normally look at sensitive habitats on our GIS and also the state website, and also the area is currently developed. It's a very urbanized area. It's an established neighborhood. So this area has already been disturbed. So based on those reasons, we can confidently conclude that the area is not environmentally sensitive.
So when you say near, what is the objective measure for that? Within how many feet?
We have like some standards. So for example, like the sensitive habitats, we have like those overlays in our GIS. If it doesn't overlap with one of the overlays, then we can make.
I see in the
And
GIS.
also, if there's like a water course, then we'll need biologists recommend, but this property, I assume, is far away from any water course in the area. So we do not need a biologist to get involved and tell us about buffer zone. Please confirm with you.
Yeah, I'm looking at it again, correct.
Okay, so in the training, it would be made clear that it just needs to comply with one of these items, one or more, in order to determine that it does not require.
Yeah, just one of the examples. Yeah, just one of the examples listed.
Okay, and are you back on the CEQA per chance? Are you on the document?
Yeah, I'm on the document right now. So this is the section or example we're citing.
Right, and can you just go up a little more, 1, 2, so 2, so it's number 2, so E2, okay, gotcha.
Okay, yeah, thank you everyone for being with us.
Thank
This
you.
is, our first project, our first like CEQA discussion here at this committee. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so, is there anyone who submitted a slip for discussion for this project?
Okay, so now we're opening up for public comment session. For item
Please,
number 2.
yeah, so
Okay.
we're, are we
Yes,
finished with all the questions? Yeah, I thought we kind of asked the rest, we had, yeah.
Okay. Okay, and here I see a message from the landscape architect, and he said there's 8% impervious surface.
8%, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to read the instruction for people who's interested in speaking on this item. So we've received no correspondence from members of the public prior to this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the rear wall. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide me with your speaker form, raise your hand, or press *9 on your device immediately, and late speaker forms will not be accepted.
When you hear your name or last four digits of your phone number called, I'll prompt you to come to the front or unmute your account, then I will inform that you begin speaking. I'll then ask you to state your name for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. I have no speaker forms received, and I don't see any raised hands in the audience.
Okay, so we can close public comment.
Yeah, I'll just provide a few more seconds just in case there's any any new speaker requests. I've heard and I received none, so Beverly, please indicate if you'd like to close public comment for item 2.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Now we're in the committee discussion section.
Okay, so I think that, the only two issues which are of concern to me are, let me get my orientation project more. It's so the south, facade, can we go to the elevation that shows us the south facade?
Do you have the page number?
I can get it. If you could go to
11 on the
Yeah,
PDF.
11, okay. So this is the elevation.
So I had two notes on here. One is just that this south facade, which I think is the one closest to a neighbor and also visible from the street, is that correct? Is just kind of a sheer 3-story wall. And I mean, there's plenty of facade articulation on all of the other facades. And you can have a discussion. I mean, I think the long facade for that is of greatest concern, but I do feel like if the second floor stepped in or were articulated in some way here, that would help this facade. And then I appreciate you explaining about the stained glass window earlier. I was wondering why this one is different from the others and whether it might want to be like the ones on the north and then
The windows.
the windows on the north. And I also noticed that there's, I guess, two different kinds of trapezoid windows. There's trapezoid windows with flat bottoms, and then there's maybe parallelogram windows up top, and then there's a circle window. And so I was wondering if there was a way to tighten up and unify that a little bit. And then the only other thing that came up for me, so I tried, after you mentioned the dark regal blue, I tried Googling it. I don't see that as a color that exists. I can't find it anywhere. I see regal blue, which is a pretty bright blue. And so I think I would ask again, do you guys have samples of the approved roofing in the?
Yeah, I have the spec sheet on the server back at the office. I could just put that on there.
Yeah, I would definitely want to see it. I mean, it also does not, what I am seeing when I look at regal blue is a pretty bright blue, which doesn't look at all the here.
Are you seeing that?
So I see regal blue. That's a nice
Is that?
medium kind of blue. Is this?
It's not as bright as I
Is this
expected when you
color?
said bright.
Yeah, that would be.
Okay.
I got
you see
it
a
directly off the spec sheet on the site that calls out the dark color, and then I use that as the RGB value.
I mean, we have some time. I don't know if there's someone you can communicate with in the office who has a spec that we can actually look at. If this is the correct color, then I might just ask that the rendering be updated, that it be specified and the rendering be updated to reflect it. I mean, the primary thing is I want to make sure that you in fact know what the color is and have proved it, because it's not looking like what we're seeing in the renderings, which is a much more neutral kind of gray color. That's a fairly small point. I think the question about stepping in or articulation, either of the second floor or even just the loft floor. I don't know if you have thoughts about that, Beverly.
I do. That's the only thing that caught my eye. I thought you did an excellent job designing the second story, and it elevates the home. It's nicely incorporated because this is the only side where you have adjacency to the neighbor and view from the street. it's not articulated. I honestly, because there's a lot of articulation, if it was on a different side, I don't know that I'd have as much issue. And it could be solved on a different side with maybe a color change or a belly band or, in this case, I think there has to be a bigger effort. Do you have a preference? Can you do a pullback on the second level, which is typically done? Material change, something to break it up?
Yeah, I mean, there could be transom windows added to the garage and a belly band that would continue that balcony line across the house there. And those are just some changes that wouldn't affect the floor plan, but they would bring the articulation that you're asking for.
Belly band, let me go
I
back to
don't
the.
know that
floor
I think the
plan.
belly band is really
No.
the right,
Yeah.
well, not that it's not enough, it's just it's not something that exists anywhere else. There's not a
No.
change of materials, so it kind of seems like just a
It could,
slapping something on it.
well, it could carry the deck to it would be continuation of the deck.
Can't come on.
Trim, yeah, the deck.
Then when
line
it
from
reaches
the other
front,
side.
what would happen?
Is that what room is that? Is that the garage? On the front
Yeah, that's
line?
the garage.
I mean, this wall isn't exactly visible from the street, it's kind of cockeyed away, and then the roof that the neighbor has doesn't necessarily look up at this. And I think that there is a minimal way around it other than pulling and pushing the mass out entirely.
I did drive there and I saw a second story.
I see that there was no comment. Have you guys shared the drawings
With the neighbor on that
with the
side?
neighbor at all?
I haven't spoken with them directly, but I was gonna reach out this weekend. There's a fence, and so you, from the street, you can't see that, and their roof is what is closest. Like
You
there's,
don't really see the first level, but you do see the roof line, which will now be a second level. So I drove specifically to the fire station and drove
yeah,
back and stopped at your neighbors and took a look, and because it's the only side that's non-articulated. You did a really great job articulating the other sides. So we just need to figure this out. What other forms of articulation would you be open to? You know what the blue book says.
Beverly, do you think it would address your concerns if there were some kind of articulation over the first door into the garage?
There is a
Small
little
form.
There is a little roof form now. That's the roof form you were talking about. Oh.
I'm looking at the south proposed facade, so door 31.
Where am I looking at here?
Oh, I mean, if there were something over that door, would that help you feel like there was articulation on this facade?
What do you have in mind? Justice? Bed?
Probably a shed, because that's sort of would match the language of what we have when it goes back over to the other side.
So the hedging or the fence goes up almost to the porch line.
Right, I mean, there is, see, I'm just wondering if something, you see how over the garage, there's this little bit of stainless,
Right.
of standing seam roof, if there were something similar, maybe brackets over that door, it would bring that secondary color over to the other side.
That's certainly a start. That's not even seen though. That is the part, that first story isn't seen from the neighbor or the street. You start to see it above, at the, deck level and above. You see the whole second story.
Yeah, I guess the
There's a lot.
question I was really thinking about, because it's,
Ceiling height is
I
pretty.
mean, it's kind of, it's between a 2-story and 3-story structure, really, because of the loft.
I mean, the roof could be
loft
wrapped
was
around,
that
it could be a small roof, but I mean,
And how would
the
that
door there,
happen?
5 extra square feet. And
I mean, that would get coordinated through with the engineering, but, if the.
Oh, yeah.
So if you look at page 6 or
Yeah.
22,
Yeah.
if the loft stepped in slightly, then that would create a little articulation. I mean, it's a bit of a
Which is,
structural ask.
I mean, you could do a small.
Andrew?
Yeah.
So really what you're seeing is the second story and the loft. So, the loft is a small space to begin with, but could you conceivably step that loft and its staircase somehow in, rotating? You know, I'm not really sure what the specifics would be.
I don't, he's got it in here. I'm just gonna point to what I was thinking. I don't think the staircase would have to move. I only meant that there's this piece of wall on the elevation, which is this wall, right? That is the one that falls over here, that makes it feel like a 3-story structure. So if that wall came in 12 or 18 inches with that, that would make it feel like it was stepping, because it's not really just a question of articulation, it's also the second story is supposed to step in, and the guidelines, I don't think really talk about a third floor because there aren't that many third floors, but I think in principle, stepping would be intended to continue. So it would be a plan change, but if the loft could step in a foot, then I think that would clearly kind of address.
The loft could step in if that's required, but then the loft will cantilever over the interior space, which is something that not really sure if.
Would
you want to do.
cantilever over the interior
So-
space. I mean, there's a drop ceiling under the whole loft, right, under, it's over
Yeah,
bedroom
it's
one.
over bedroom 1 and closet spaces below.
Yeah, I mean, it's, easier for a structural engineer if those walls stack, but it's certainly, do you have framing plans yet?
No, they're still in the works right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Depending on the orientation of your frame there, it might not be a big deal. I mean, obviously, it's doable.
Mhm. Yeah, what if we change the roof for the shed the way that it came down? Not necessarily.
Go back to the elevations.
Yeah, if that's
Take a
what you're
letter,
concerned.
talk about that.
Yeah, that would be great, please. So, other side, please. One more. Yes. Well, maybe we could figure out a different roof here and have this come down and then maybe changing the windows for the loft.
I mean, if it were more like a gable, dormer instead of a shed dormer.
I don't know, it would have to be explored and see. I can't really specifically say right now. Kind of a big decision to make right now.
If we had it from the garage,
Mhm.
the carryover, could we do something like that?
You mean the hangover, the. Above the garage door?
Yeah, there, over the garage, we added something, so there would be something that looked pretty. We could do that same thing on the side, and then there'd be shade on the side of the house, and it would break up like you're saying, right now, it looks really. Like
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was recommending originally, although Beverly, we were saying that. you
It
don't
doesn't
think
show, it's the second and third stories that give that sheer appearance, I mean.
Well, but.
If we simply just add more windows to the bedrooms, is that?
No, it's a push-pull issue. Inset outset issue. So you could bring that around. I don't know what your setback is or how deep that could be.
I mean, I feel like, it doesn't seem to have easy draw around. I mean, you could bring them around just so that it closes, like, have fun, the other.
Bring the roof line around, so
Everything is, well, no, I mean, everything is gateable, really.
right.
So. Around the place to me where it would make sense to add an ornamental feature would be over door 31.
But it's not really visible.
It's not really visible, but that means that the house is really if only one story of the house is visible from that side, then perhaps it's not that big a deal.
It's the 2-story, it's the 1.5. It's the second. Let's see, what's happening? Well,
I mean, the garage is stepped in from the house, so that wall is a 2-story wall, but then the whole south facade does actually jog back. We just have to kind of, I mean, because you know, this is still all the south facade here too. And so the house does come in and go out and come back.
right,
so.
but that is a pretty sheer wall.
If
You inset the. And set that whole thing and sit it on top of the garage.
And bring it around. Let me go back up to the, hang on.
Yeah, so this whole section here, which is under the loft.
Oh, but the loft continues out to here.
Does it? Let's see.
Well, it's not, and, yeah, it's a little hard to say here, I can draw a rectangle. But actually, I see what you're saying about the storage room. Let me. So not really. I mean, what Beverly's looking at is the storage room with the loft above it on the second floor. I'm wondering if there could be some kind of punch in there.
But that would be on the elevation you're not concerned about, right?
No,
That's
the
the elevation over the garage, right?
What if we put a door in and a stairway down on that side? Because that was one.
You can't, but that whole loft has to overlook the lower living space.
So the loft isn't in the hallway, the loft would go into one of the bedrooms.
It's above.
The loft overlooks the lower living room.
Right. If you put the stairway as you're suggesting, if you put the stairway on the exterior wall side and not into the hallway, it comes out in one of the.
I have 2 sons and we were trying to have both sons have something interesting, and so that's how we got the loft above, that they both would be able to.
So you're saying put the stairs outside?
Oh, actually, no, I'm saying, you see the storage in the 2 closets? I'm saying put the stair on the exterior wall side. And that would drop it into one of the bedrooms. And that way you can put like a big exterior.
I think that's a big thing.
Why would you want the loft to overlook a bedroom?
Is it?
From my general
currently?
knowledge about a loft, I'm pretty sure that it has to overlook 2/3 of the space below.
What is it overlooking now?
It's overlooking the living room and the whole, wet bar area, the stairs, it looks down on the stairs, it looks down on that whole other level.
Oh, it's not overlooking the bedroom.
No, it's not.
No, both kids have private rooms, that's the whole goal of the additions.
So it's hard from the plans to understand where the loft is positioned then. It looks like, if you go back to page 626 of 22, I'm just stacking the stairs right over on the loft level, over the stairs
Right.
on the second level. And it looks like, you look here for a second, but it looks like this is where the loft is located.
Yeah, so if you follow where these stairs are located,
Mhm.
those stairs line up with this wall. That would be this wall, which means that this loft covers this red area.
So the red square I made, that's the loft. So these windows, and then this loft comes out to a balcony though, right?
No, there's no balcony. Well,
So this loft has windows
That's
into this
just roof
space
there.
below.
that's this roof there.
Okay.
That area there. That's a
Okay, so
those
it's
are
looking out
windows
this
from
way.
the
not
Yes,
this way.
that's correct.
Yeah.
That's a railing, and you can see that in the section.
Yeah, you see
that I
it in
put
the
up earlier.
elevation, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason to reconfigure the whole loft. My feeling is that, in-stepping and articulation could be achieved by moving the, let me get my cardinal orientations again, by moving the south wall of the loft in a foot, or by moving the south wall of the second floor and loft in a foot, or whatever amount determined. Both of those things would be significant moves that would add articulation and give you an opportunity, second floor, and to bring that roof form around. I don't think it really makes sense to bring the roof form around without doing any of those other things. It's just kind of adding something.
So the bedroom is 14 feet deep now, or
It's 13.6 by 9. I mean, they're not,
one is 13.6, one is 14. Right?
it would
So,
obviously be a lot easier to just move the loft wall.
Yeah.
Well, less impact on the building, it's to shift the loft wall in slightly to do that articulation, but,
so we definitely need more articulation. Is there a way that we can resolve this?
I mean, if we move the loft wall in and it's only a foot
Yeah.
here, I don't think that's gonna actually change much from this perspective. Because this gable is gonna stay,
right.
this gable is gonna stay the way that it is. And whether or not that's a foot back or not, that roof still cuts the loft from
Mhm.
the rest of the lower elevation.
What-
So I don't really see that being a fix. But that can definitely be done. I don't know if it can work.
If you move the second story and the loft in by a foot, then that changes the gable and fully insets the second story, which is usually what the recommendation is. Inset the second story. That's all the first story.
The second was, hang on just a second. The second story is significantly smaller than the first story. I mean, it is inset that we're only talking about one wall here where it goes up, so,
All right, this happens to be the wall that's visible on the English property.
yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that I think that the second floor meets the guideline for stepping in from the first floor. It doesn't step in on every single
Yes.
side, but if you look at the elevations, the front elevations,
Yeah. well,
or
the
if you
other
look at-
elevations
yeah,
are
there's a lot of stepping. So I don't need that every wall has to step in, certainly, you know, I have a project being built right up the hill from here where portions of the second floor even hang over the first floor, so.
Yeah, which is okay, because
So-
that's articulation.
Yeah, what if, I guess the more we talk about it, the more I'm feeling that, if adding articulation to the bottom half of the building isn't sufficient because not much of the building is visible, then, I mean, we could talk about adding a similar kind of articulation over those windows. I think that requiring the whole second story to step in feels to me like something I'd be willing to suggest, but it doesn't feel to me like it should be a condition of approval when the project is
What do you think of
mostly
that?
really successfully articulated and stepped in.
What do you think of wrapping the garage overhang around the corner.
I drew that on here, I just don't actually see any reason to do it, it's not providing shade to an area where anyone actually is. I could see putting some little shingles.
And, moving, where's the plan? Moving the garage door. More purposeful.
I mean, I would be more interested in taking some little roof forms like the one that they've added over the garage and putting them over the bedroom windows, which would shade the bedroom windows, which are on the south side, and could probably use a little bit of shading, and then that would introduce the second, you know, the roof color, which is like the boldest secondary color that we have in a place where it would be more visible.
Are you interested in that?
I mean, it seems like a good suggestion, so there would be
Yeah.
something on the higher level that would be visible.
I mean, I think that actually, I think that would look, good. I mean, as far as what, just two overhangs, small window
Yeah, just some
coverings.
small shed roofs in the same standing seam, just in the same style as you've added over the garage, then that would create articulation. I think it's a fair point. I was initially feeling stronger about stepping in the loft, but you're right, it's not gonna do anything from a street view to step in the loft.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
the gable still hangs. with
Yeah, so I think adding shed roofs over those windows would actually be both
Similar.
functional and kind of address that concern of.
Similar to the one over the garage.
Yeah.
At what sort of depth?
Well, I don't know where we are relative to the property line. I think that they would be permitted to encroach 2 feet even if they are at the property line.
Do you see the east elevation? And the, not the garage, but the section next to it? Probably not, that would be sufficient. Page 9. East front and that depth.
Over window 7,
Yes,
sure.
yes. Do you see what we're talking about?
yeah, you're talking about the 2-foot overhang over those two windows?
Is it 2 feet?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'll probably be sufficient.
So if we add a 2-foot overhang over those windows, with whatever kind of support is deemed necessary, if that's a bracket or if it just returns back and make that flexible. And then to ask for, the roofing spec to be included on the resubmittal.
Well, do we ask for regal blue or?
I mean, it was
You're
supposed to be a darker color.
Yeah.
I see you're looking at a lighter color.
Yeah, I think
Color
the
on
darker
computer
colors is
I
better.
mean, color on
Darker's
computer
better.
screens vary.
Mhm.
Darker's better.
Yeah, that was the goal, darker, not like a light blue.
It's not a bright, like,
No, it's
Yeah.
a darker tones, just like if you go back to the material sheet and you look at the front door, it would be. along
like the
this-
front door.
like the front door with that.
I have a color deck in my car.
Like the Hail Navy.
Front door, Hail Navy, okay.
And yeah, I mean, I can put that on the spec, on the,
Yeah, I would put it on there, and as long as it's, you know, within a tone too of the Hail Navy, I think that the staff can approve that.
Yeah, windows, window. So we're saying, the overhang would be like the overhang over window 7.
Yeah.
And is the over window 32 also the 2 feet, but I'll just say window 7.
okay.
Yeah. And how wide are we thinking? If there's no,
So, let me go with that. They should be, either a minimum of 6 inches wider than the windows. You're gonna want them to cover the trim, you know.
6 inches and. All right, so yes, our goal is to come to some sort of agreement so that we don't have to come back.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with the window, for coverings for the lines. Do you agree with that?
And articulation issue was my only issue. I think your design is well integrated. You're going for the blue with green and cream kind of tones. And I think, what we've decided about CEQA is that we support the determination.
Yeah.
Okay, would you like for us to bring it to a vote?
Yes, please.
All right. I make a motion to approve, this project with the conditions for further articulation on the south elevation and to include the roof color specification, like the front door, color hail navy. Did you want to address the different shapes of the windows?
Can we make that a suggestion to consider, reducing the number of window shapes by, putting flat bottoms on the parallelograms or by having?
Do you know what we mean by that?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's mainly in the new section. You have the parallelograms angling, following the roof.
I think we matched it to the other side of the house because part of windows are different on the other side of the house as well.
Existing windows?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think in any case, that would be a suggestion or a condition of approval, to take a look at the,
So the south existing, is changing. The north existing that's.
I mean, it's because they, actually,
Yeah,
I feel like I could let that go, because there's 3 levels here, and then at the second level, go in. It would be challenging to.
It would,
And it wouldn't make sense to make that as parallelogram, because Windows 21
Right.
and 20 kind of, I think we should let it go.
Okay.
Prepare to let it go.
all right, so we're withdrawing that suggestion and we just have 2 conditions. And, again, the motion to approve this project with those 2 conditions.
My second.
Okay,
Okay, I'll do a roll call then. Rebecca Texas,
Yes.
Fabry Durkee.
yes.
Okay, motion passed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Then I just need like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Start the next item.
Okay, sounds good. And so you guys are for item 3, right? Yeah. You're the applicant. Oh, hi. Yeah. Hi, are you Jason?
I'm Jason.
Jason Silva?
Yeah.
Yeah, we met like
Yeah.
virtually.
Yeah.
First time we
How you doing?
meet in person.
I know.
Yeah, nice to see you. And
Good.
you know, it's all office, so.
Thank you.
I think you guys should.
Summer is the most.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks so much.
Thank you. Bye. Good luck, guys.
We need it.
I didn't know you were still around.
Yeah, I saw the
I
description.
know, been hiding out for a while.
Yeah, me too.
Hello, Summer, are you here?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, so, our member architect just did 2 minutes, she'll come back, in 2 minutes. And we have the applicant here, and now we have the project planner, so once we have, Rebecca, then we'll be ready to get started.
Okay, I'm next, so hang on.
Oh, okay, take your time. Okay, thank you for your patience.
No problem.
You're doing the one on Date Street?
Yes.
I'm gonna peek out your shoulder.
It's a mess.
You know me, how I have.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Wait,
We're having
whose
to get-
house was that?
This is Harrison,
Was that one of the ones?
one of the new ones in Montero.
Yeah, was
Yeah.
that the very, somebody built?
I don't know, one of them built them, he built a couple of them.
Yeah,
So what they have is they actually own the lot next door.
the empty lot.
Yeah, so they're actually gonna, instead of building a house on it, they're gonna build like a little
ADU.
studio, you know, just a studio and
Oh, nice.
he collects cars and motorcycles and stuff like that, kind of like this kind of guy.
Oh, I feel like that's how I am.
Yeah, right. I know.
Where do they come
I
from?
know, and I want more too. I'm glad I don't have a garage space. I have so many cars.
Oh, my driveway's too big.
Yeah. So I got rid of, so I used to, build classic cars, so I got rid of 3 of them. I have one.
Yeah, Camaro.
So I have a 69 Camaro
Right.
convertible. Yeah. It's all original, pretty cherry. So I had a 64 Impala, I got rid of it. And I had a Thunderbird, got rid of it, and I had a 65 Mustang I gave to my daughter.
Oh, okay.
But I need to make garage space.
It's terrible.
Okay.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, now, before we get started, I just want to point out one thing regarding CEQA. So the next item 3, that's for recommendation only, so this committee doesn't need to make a decision on the CEQA part.
Great.
Okay, so let's get started, when we're ready.
Okay, item 3. Owner Ben Harrison, applicant Jason Silva, Hawk Design and Consulting. PLN 2021-00457 at 1043 Date Street, Montero, APN 036152320 and 310. Is this Jason and Ben?
No, Jason, I'm associated with him.
Yeah, it's Mike.
Oh, okay, so
Jason's
Ben's not here.
That's not here.
I know you're Jason.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay, Ben's not here. Okay, so it's Rebecca Kepkin, the architect, and myself, the Montero. If you could present your project.
Absolutely. So our clients, they own the residence on the right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I fell short of what I was needing to do. Here we go.
Okay.
I
great.
gotta read this. All right, consideration of a design review permit recommended to allow construction of a 2-story. And do we have Kanoa here?
We have Summer.
Summer is here. Summer, there are some discrepancies between the project plans, the project data, and this write-up. So the construction of a 2-story, 2,378 square foot addition. So it says in the project data, 2,384 square feet. So could you make a note of that and we'll clarify that after I finish reading?
Mhm.
Including an attached 4-car garage and a new 97-foot long driveway to the existing 2,910 square foot 2-story single family residence with an attached 485 square foot garage. So that is the same as the project data, which totals to 3,395 square feet. On a proposed 8,125 square foot parcel. And this is the confusing part, after a lot merger between 1043 Date Street and adjacent vacant parcel, APN 036152310. Well, it's actually on a proposed 16,250 square foot parcel. So let's make a note of that and make sure we understand which is correct. Associated with the staff level lot merger and grading permit, the project involves grading of 675 cubic yards of cut, no fill, and no tree removal. The CDRC will not render a decision, but will make a recommendation. Regarding the project's compliance with design review standards, staff will make a decision on the design review permit, L, M, and GP after December 14th, 2023. Project is not appealable to the Coastal Commission. Application deemed complete September 18th, 2023. Project planner is Kanoa Kelly. This is being covered by Summer K. Kelly at smcgov.org. Okay, so let's address the discrepancy to start with. So
Oh,
it's a construction of a two-story, how many square foot addition?
So the addition itself is, for living is 1,040 square feet. The garage is 1,206 square feet, and then we have 100 square feet of deck. So we're at
2384. 2384.
Yes.
So this number in the write-up needs to be corrected to 23.
And we actually, I think we sent it. We sent it, but someone didn't get it, but it's been revised already.
Okay. All right, and it's a proposed, not 8,125 square foot parcel after the lot merger. It's a correct 16,250 square foot parcel.
So the existing parcel is roughly 8125, and the proposed is 8125, so we end up with 16,200.
Right. So this doc should say a proposed, well, it should be
The second
to clarify.
is
Right.
the same size, is that right?
That's correct. So we
Yes.
have the existing lot, and then we're,
It's doubled.
yeah, it's done.
For the, after the lot merger, it's 16,250 square feet. Is the lot merger complete?
It's on, I think it's on hold until we get through this, is my understanding.
When I asked about that, and they said that, they would talk about it after this.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That was gonna be one of my
That's-
questions, number two, is I would have expected the lot merger to have to be approved before we could approve the project, because the project is dependent on the lot merger to be compliant.
usually the lot merger in these sorts of situations to support development is a condition of approval, because if they only for the fact that if you merge the lot before an approval's granted on the development and for some reason the approval doesn't go through, you've just merged a lot, and the only way to unmerge it would be to then subdivide, which sometimes it's not always the case where you could actually subdivide it back into two parcels. So it's usually a condition of approval for the overall project that it be merged before the building permit get issued for the development if the development does get approved.
Okay.
Okay, and can I ask another clarifying question, or does the presentation come first?
It can be, will it come up during the presentation, you think?
Well, I have a question for Summer, actually,
Okay.
which is, and I've heard you starting to talk about it, so I think your presentation will address it. There's an awful lot of parking here, and I know that we have a minimum, is that all we have, regulating parking? They can have 100 car parking if that's what they want?
We do only have a minimum number of parking spaces, covered parking spaces that are required per our zoning regulations, which is 2. But we don't have a maximum limitation. We use the other development standards, such as setbacks and lot coverage and floor area and so forth, to regulate how much overall development, whether it's additional covered parking beyond what the minimum is required, or habitable space or so forth.
So there's no other concern regarding how they use that interior space from a planning perspective.
Right.
So, just to clarify that, we only have a maximum, is there ever a maximum number of cars?
No, it sounds like there's not, well, the reason I asked is because I was having trouble understanding what the project is, because the project looks like it's just parking. And then the spaces upstairs are pretty loosely defined, and so I didn't really see a function other than parking provided by the structure, so I was just trying to figure out
Purpose.
what it is, yeah.
Yeah. All right, would you like to present your project?
I'd love to.
Okay,
Thank you for clarifying all that.
Yeah.
Sorry for all the confusion. I'll blame him. Hi, Summer. So what we have is the owner owns this lot and where the existing residence is, and he bought the lot on the left. And the idea of having the lot on the left and incorporating to his existing home was to add additional parking for his vehicles and his motorcycles and things he likes to, collect. So, and then the upstairs is an artist studio and an artist lounge. And that's where they do their artwork and have a area lounge after. The home itself is in a particular, we kind of moved it to the sides of the garage, so we're not facing the street, because we thought that would be a concern, having four more garages facing the street, it would just look like a big garage. So we turned it a little bit so that we had some articulation to the front of the property facing the street. So now you can see that you got an upper deck, we've got 2 windows, and then we actually have a bay window, very much resembling the property next to it. So the house next to it, and then we have a little skywalk, which we thought was cool. The reason why we separated the 2 buildings was for egress and light that was already existing on the main house, the main dwelling where we're adding on to, we can do that skywalk, is to prevent, it's also help with the solar, because we're gonna have a Tesla solar roofs, and to tie into that whole roofing system is really difficult with Tesla. So we create the catwalk, and now we have daylight to all the windows and egress to all the windows on the existing, and now we can build the structure on the left. It's very vernacular to the area, it's vernacular to those homes that were built there. There's quite a few homes built by the same developer, and it's taken up very little of the lot. I think it's 7% of the lot coverage. So it's a modest addition as far as that's concerned. The garages are not visible from the street. And so that helps a lot, I think, as far as the architecture goes. All the, to keep in mind, all the finishes will match exactly to the finishes of the existing, including there's some stonework around the front. We're gonna match that with the stonework on the addition also. So that being said, our clients will end up having more parking space for their collectibles. They'll end up having a nice art studio and an artist lounge for their family to do recreational things, and that's the gist of it.
And another question. Sure. So have you done an analysis of the space that you have for starting radius to get into these garages? Because it looks to me like I believe you need an 11-foot interior diameter radius with this.
We have 22. We have 22 feet. So that's as far as the parking lot's concerned, you're only allowed if it's 18 feet. So we're over by 4 feet.
Okay.
The Beatsville's parking lot, 3 radiuses. And then we have the hammerhead at the end there. So if they pull in, they can actually back out and come forward.
Okay.
you have a landscape plan?
No. Is that required for addition?
It's an addition, it's a new construction.
It's not an addition?
It's an addition.
Yes.
It's technically an addition.
It's technically an addition once the lot merger is approved. Is it required for an addition summer? Is a landscape plan required? For an addition, is there a threshold for a landscape plan requirement? Is Summer with us?
She is.
Yeah, Summer, please unmute yourself, and I can cover that a little bit. So if you're proposing landscaping on property, then there should be a landscaping plan as part of your submittal. So are you proposing the landscaping as part of the project?
We're not.
If there's no new landscaping, then the purpose of having a landscaping plan would be mostly like to show the pavers, like type of pavers.
Well, they will be, you're not having a driveway.
We are having a driveway. but we're not doing,
Do you have like a single panel?
we're gonna be matching the existing pavers. You want a landscape plan for the pavers? You want something just for that?
I think it's more, for my part, the question is more, even though this is an addition, it's aside from the skywalk, it's a new structure. And so, it seems awkward for that to exist without any landscaping whatsoever.
There's a topo map. Do you have a civil?
This is the
Yeah.
civil sheet.
Yeah, they have some.
Yeah, they have civil, but pavers, driveway, that's usually included in a landscape plan. Access to the egress, various egress, that's a landscape.
So the additional information you want is the color of those pavers?
Yeah, the type of paver, the color, is it permeable, are the existing pavers permeable or non-permeable?
I believe it's.
I wasn't sure. And it covers quite a bit of the square footage, so that was my next question. Is the impermeable surface percentage exceeded in this case?
This is called out as permeable pavers.
Which is the existing?
No, the new.
The new. Yeah.
The new. Okay, and which one is it called out on?
I'm looking at page 10, 12.
C1. It looks like page 10 on this,
Yeah.
or on in any electronic document, but page C1, plan sheet number.
Well, if the pavers are the only thing that's being added, no foliage call out, I don't know why they need landscape.
I guess we can talk about it in discussion. I think my question is more if they need landscaping.
Okay. All right, so if those are permeable pavers, if they are going to be the same as the existing, I'm not sure the existing are permeable.
Well, they will be permanent.
Okay.
I guarantee that.
That's-
In there,
That's what we needed to hear, okay?
we'll get it as close as possible to the existing as far as color, shade, and size.
But we don't have any indication on this plan of what that color, shape, or size is.
It's gonna be very similar to existing. The pictures, do you have pictures of the?
No, actually, what we need for you to do is specify that,
We can specify. it.
yeah. When you revisit it, but, there will be some discussion on the statement. Specify.
So our goal is to find pavers that will match existing as close as possible
And be permeable.
and be permanent. And it's gonna be hard to find one that long ago that this was built.
Is there an exterior materials here for the color?
You have your siding, your trim, your colors somewhere, materials. and
So we spoke to some, well, we're matching the exact,
But I don't know what that is.
okay.
Yeah.
Is it on plan set anywhere?
It's not on the plan set, and so Jason, if you have like photos of the existing house, you can share that with us.
I can share those photos if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay, please, I'm gonna click this way.
I've got it.
Right here, yeah, Beverly, give it that.
Should I share?
Again, to be specified on the plans,
To match existing.
not to match existing, but the actual colors and material types, the specs. Yeah, it's just a spec, add one sheet with all the specs,
Sure.
pavers, siding.
On additions, is that required?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, always materials and color. Specifications. Okay,
I don't think I have other clarifying questions if they're going to.
okay, can we open to public comment?
Okay, so, we're now opening public comment for item number 3. And I received no correspondence from the members of the public prior to this meeting. For those attending this meeting in person, speaker phones available on the rear wall. Please provide me with your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. Please provide me with your speaker form, raise your hand, or press *9 on your device immediately. And later speaker request will not be accepted. When you hear your name or last 4 digits of your phone number call, I'll prompt you to come to the front or unmute your account and inform that you may begin speaking. I'll then ask you to state your name for the record. For those joining by phone, pressing *6 will mute or unmute your microphone. I've received no speaker slips. As you know, raise hands, I'll provide a few more seconds. Okay, I don't see any raised hands and I haven't received any speaker form, so I believe please indicate if you'd like to close public comment for item number 3.
Yes, please.
Okay, now we're in the committee discussion session.
This is a very unusual project. I'd like to say that up front. Neither good nor bad per se. The addition does resemble and integrate well with the existing. Personally, I like a skywalk myself. It's an interesting element. There may be, for me, not quite enough articulation, but I do see it resembles the existing dwelling. It's like the child to the existing dwelling. I think some of that can be mitigated with landscape. To soften some of these lines. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. It does strike me as very boxy. There is the one bay on one side, the side which faces the house. Seems to me essentially unrelated with Skybridge, of course, but it doesn't. It feels like that's a very long flank side, and the rear also. So it might have a little terrace which steps back. That feels like it meets the guidelines, but I would like to see more articulation and again maybe some instepping of the second story. Also the east elevation on page 8 of 12.
Inform them that we are a little bit loud.
The east elevation.
Could I see that?
Yeah, we're looking at them. Say that again. The east elevation.
It doesn't have a very residential look to it because it's got a big
I think the elevation is awkwardly drawn.
Oh, is it just a line?
Yeah.
Thing that grade is the, okay, so it does come back.
It does,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, I was having trouble understanding that. Yeah, so then I think that the bigger issue for me is probably the north and south elevation. But I mean, the north elevation, it does have articulation that matches the existing home.
Would you consider doing something to this elevation? I think if there was either a step in or a, what do you think, possible, so small, possible deck coming from the studio, step in deck combination, it would really help the boxy nature.
Of the east elevation.
Of the east
So,
elevation.
the north and
No, I'm talking
You're
about,
talking about the
I'm
east.
talking about the east, but if you did that, it would help the
Yes.
south
If
elevation.
there were a terrace off the studio, kind of matching the one off the lounge, I mean.
So bring. So what we do is we probably push out the garage. So how we dog ear the garage below. So here, what we can do is build this out a little further, because this grade comes right here. There, see how the grade is at the deck? So even if I push, so you want me to push that out a little
Oh,
bit?
so,
Oh, we
sorry,
can,
so
I mean,
the
that's
two-car
separate.
garage in the back is basically entirely subterranean.
Right, so you're saying push the deck out.
Yes,
Alright,
I'm saying pull the studio in.
how about if we add a roof, how about if we just put a deck here, a concrete deck? And I put a porch out there and then we'll give you some.
An overhang?
Yep. We could do like a 6 foot, 8 foot, 8 foot overhang here in the back. This way they have some, we could do patio doors, so it'd be patio doors.
You know, it doesn't really require a change to the garage. Now that I'm looking here, at drawing 3. You know, you look at the plan and it's just
No,
a sheer wall, drawing 3 on A8.
Sorry, what is
Is this
page?
Page 8?
Yeah, let me go to page 8.
Yeah, if you go to drawing
Yeah,
3 on page 8, I mean, you could actually build a deck off of that level with whatever reform you want, regardless of whether you make the garage bigger or not, because the garage is not really.
oh, right, it's not,
That's what I'm saying. I can actually pour concrete right over the grade here
yeah.
And just have a patio.
and just do a patio
I
there.
think that would actually be an improvement.
I think you're right. I think that would give them access to the backyard from that
Yeah, he's saying he would extend the roof, 6 to 8 feet.
6 to 8 feet. And then put a pavers or something back here
Yeah.
for the deck.
I mean, I would like to see the roof extended to match what is on the, sorry, every time I try to zoom in.
How far is the overhang on the west side? There,
The west side, I believe it's only like 4 feet.
we'll just do that.
Okay,
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
can do that.
4, overhang, it's a deck to ground, it's a ground that patio. Unfinished grade kind of thing.
And then I guess.
And would it wrap? Would you wrap it? I mean, part of it is the. Oh, I see, you're cutting grades so that you have a first level entrance.
I don't necessarily think I'd wrap it. I think I'd end it about a foot
Yeah.
in here.
So there's a big retaining wall on the south,
Yeah.
and then let me go back to the plan to figure out what that's doing. So I see this wall now next to the landing, but this, what's between the landing, sorry, if you go back to page 6, Glenn.
Okay.
The landing, which is underneath the skywalk, what's to the left of that? Just nothing?
This landing here,
Yeah,
nothing.
no,
Right
to the
here?
left of it,
Right here, oh, from here,
yeah.
nothing. Nothing.
Is that grass?
Nope, just what they have is they have a walkway here that will go to here.
Over, yeah.
So, yeah, and we'll leave this alone.
I feel like landscaping would help.
Benefit from a landscape plan.
Well, I think, I think where we're at is this is between the 2 buildings.
Yeah,
So they already have a walkway that goes to here. So I think they kind of want to leave this just natural. Leave all this natural. And it's actually, they have quite a bit of trees right here in front. I don't know if you've seen
where
it.
does the fence start? I did go over.
The fence starts right
Is it
here.
further back?
Fence-
Between the 2 properties?
The fence goes all the way to almost the front here.
It does.
Yeah.
And the walkway, so the only access is skywalk from building to building unless you walk all the way around. Is that right?
No, I think there's a door right here below.
There is a door
Yeah,
below,
but not on the main
but
house.
not. so
No, the
you
only
can
way
look
from the
through.
main house is through right, correct.
Yeah. I think you could really benefit from landscape plan.
No. That's a question for the owners, if they actually, think they'll benefit or not. I think they're kind of like the natural landscape that they have. There's quite a few trees here in front. This is all pavers. And
They're
then
not
on that
today.
hillside's fairly natural.
They're not with us today, and it's not represented as existing. You know what I mean? We're not looking at an existing landscape to remain, you know?
Mhm.
All we see are the pavers and the deck and the driveway.
That's something I could talk to the owners about landscape plan. I think we can definitely provide existing. I think they have quite a bit of trees. Is there a picture?
Yeah, they have a
There's
tall
a
hedge,
street close side
it's kind of indicated.
Does the symbol show all the trees out the front or? Quite a few here.
There is on A4, the site plan,
Pardon
A4.
Which number sheet is that?
Page 4.
me?
If you see there.
A4, yeah, I'm looking at that.
So
That-
the fence starts right here.
Yeah, it does, yeah, I see it, I see it now. With a tall hedge and.
I feel like the project looks, yeah, I was gonna say spare, was gonna be my word, and that it would, I think it would benefit a lot from having some landscaping around the structure. I also think that there's some information we're missing with regards to what the pavers are. I mean, I can work from this with the color, but I feel like it would be optimal to return with that information and.
Yeah, I think we're close, but that, you know, material and color stack, specifically landscape plan.
There's also a lot of retaining wall facing or.
Right, would mitigate some of these stark qualities that we're not in favor of, but the landscape plan, if there were one, might mitigate that.
I'm beginning to think you guys want a landscape plan.
I think so.
We do, and I think also some kind of better representation of the colors and materials. Looking at this now, I'm seeing that there's a secondary siding color underneath gables.
Okay.
And I can't tell if that is something which is intended to be deployed on the addition, so I just feel like there's some information that's missing.
So to summarize, we'd like to have a landscape plan and then,
Now, particularly a landscape plan to mitigate the stark design. So if the landscape plan doesn't do it, then we're gonna need more articulation. But we already saw some of that with the patio. Yeah, so keep in mind when the landscape plan is employed that it would soften some of these edges and create wayfinding, you know, to the door and which I'm sure they kind of intended to do eventually anyway.
And then I think some articulation, for example, this house also has a belly band going across it, which isn't represented here. And so to say that you just want to match this is helpful, but it doesn't really tell us how. And I think a little bit of studying there, I'm seeing kind of three colors. There's this pale gray siding, there's this warm tone trim, and then there's this dark material, which I can't tell if that's also horizontal siding or if it's board bands, if it's something else. I think that the presence of those additional colors and surface treatments helps break down.
And architectural accessories, like if there is gonna be a belly band, show it like existing. Yeah.
absolutely.
I think the addition does do a good job of matching formally what exists here, but what exists already also is kind of like pretty angular and boxy, and the finer points that have been done here to break that down and soften it, and you see.
Like a belly band, like the different colors. So, you know, chalk and rendering to show.
Yeah, and I don't mean to say there must be a belly band necessarily. I can see how that might be problematic on your north elevation, but, just to clarify what the design intent is.
Okay.
It could be on the south. Does that seem fair to you?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We're gonna match we do a lot of these, we match the homes identically. When we
So
do
just-
additions, we
just
don't
go
want
on.
to feel like an addition, so we're gonna do
Yeah.
that. So we'll give you, more of a trusting view of that. In writing, and then we'll get you, the colors that are existing on the home, we'll get you those colors.
And if you're gonna do the
And what-
detailing under the
Yeah.
table.
And actually, so the existing home has a combination of hips and gables, is that?
Yes,
Right, so maybe on your stair tower, having a treatment under the gable, similar to the way they treat the gable. That might be a great call, but that's not for us to dictate to you, just for us to ask that you
no,
come
absolutely.
back and show us what it is that you actually wanna, how you wanna make those changes.
Okay, so what would happen now is, you could request a continuance and come back with these things. On a scheduled date to be determined. I don't know how quickly you can get them in line. If you do it by this Friday, good chance you could be at the next meeting.
That's tomorrow.
Next Friday.
Next Friday?
Yeah, we could do
It's
that.
not tomorrow, sorry. Yeah,
That would be
Oh, I'm really working late tonight.
No going up today.
right, this Thursday, sorry, guys. And it should be written up, so.
But
The,
it may not be written up and gotten all the way back to you by next Friday.
next
so it's
Friday.
important To
so stay in
take the
touch
note to
with,
make sure
wow, I don't know how long the notice from. But if this is given to Summer, stay in touch with Summer, because she'll get it pretty quickly by Monday at the latest.
Email both of them just in case.
Yeah. And you'll be able to get what I've written here.
Perfect.
All right, so you actually passed. Request for continuance.
Yeah.
Maybe-
I'm gonna ask for the question.
Okay, all right, so, will be made to honor the request for continuance from the applicant. With this specifications and conditions and subject.
I
Okay,
need a recording.
you need a second.
I need a recording of this meeting.
Yeah, this is a generous. Okay, well, okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
All right.
That one on time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it.
I'm going to get
Oh,
from the county boards and commissions, just in time for Beverly.
very.
Wow. Is
So,
very, yes, they're very nice. Thank you.
There's an open.
How helpful.
Very, thank
How they-
you. I like it. I like.
I kind of do too. Oh my God.
And it's nice because when you put it in your belongings, it doesn't get all into the paper covers.
And I feel very.
There you go.
Good.
Love it.
Let's get this last one.
Okay,
Maybe let's tell them to come back.
Yeah.
all right.
If I get something the next 25 minutes, I didn't have the calendar.
So.
Bye.
You may, for the reminder, can I preemptively just say, I think that we are only here to address this one.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so we don't need like a whole.
No, I know. I
Yeah.
think I saw something.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so we have
We
the
got a
action.
shot on him.
Okay. Look it
Can
up.
I just unplug you?
Wait. What are you doing? I'm switching.
Or if you can log on to Zoom and share your screen, that would be better, so that way everyone can see.
Whatever, yeah. Do that.
Yeah, just log on to Zoom and share your screen.
It's a good little.
Are you kidding?
But the thing is, I don't.
what's the Zoom name?
It's a good.
Press it. Oh my God, it's iron.
I'm on the website that was shared with me, but there's no. There's no Zoom slide there.
Oh, really? No, check.
Oh.
Oh, there.
Well, I grew up in But my mom.
Your download can start. No,
All right. Glenn, are we close?
Yeah,
Are we ready?
yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
Before we get started, I just want to mention the CEQA determination here. So as we know, this is kind of new to CDRC, and I just want to mention to the group that this project is categorically exempt from CEQA under section 15303, new construction of a single family residence as subsection class 3 subsection A. So just for everyone's information.
So subsection A, can you read subsection A?
Yeah, sure. So subsection A says one single family residence or a secondary dwelling unit in a residential zone in urbanized areas up to 3 single family residences may be constructed or converted under this exemption.
I'm sorry, can you pull it up for us?
Yeah,
I don't want to read it. Guideline section, oh, this is 303.
Yeah, 303.
Okay. This is different from the other one we were looking at.
Yeah, this is different.
Okay.
Yeah, so I have it pulled up here. It's 15303, class 3, subsection A.
Yeah, I'm not able to share my screen here.
Not quite yet. Soon. And soon? Well, I guess by default, that's acceptable, right? It's just one
Yeah, one single family home.
One of these satisfied
Yes.
allows it to be exempt. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, this would have stood for the other project as well, right?
You may, but for the other one, we use the other more appropriate exemption, which is class 1.
Where does it say just one of these needs to be satisfied?
Oh, there's no way a project can satisfy like all the.
No, I know, but where does it say just one of these conditions needs to be satisfied?
Scroll up. So if it meets one exemption, it doesn't need to meet
Right.
Yeah, any exemption.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But where does it say, where does it say, it just needs to meet one of
Okay,
these?
scroll up.
Scroll up.
Yeah.
Scroll down.
Add more. Categorical exemptions, here we go. Section 108 includes a list of classes of projects which have been determined not to have a significant effect on the environment and which shall therefore be exempt from the provisions of CEQA.
So anyone.
Any one of the classes. The Secretary for Resources has found that the following classes and projects listed in this article do not have a significant effect on the environment, and they are declared to be categorically exempt from the requirement for the preparation of environmental documents. So we find one class. It's in many instances where you'll see neg decks, it'll meet none of the classes. So in those instances, we'll have to do the CEQA analysis, but in this instance, it is exempt.
All right. I suppose we should know where this is. Send out an email linking us to this particular document. You can read it out.
I'll send it to the link to the people guide.
That's great. That's great. So thanks. All right, we got through our trial by fire CEQA experience. All right, let's go on. Yes, are you presenting her the recommendations?
Yes,
Just a new color scheme, yeah?
yeah, just the blue
Just-
color and the
Yeah.
groundwater issue.
Actually, it's the document, this one, additional requirements, Mark.
Yeah, 2 letters I received, one on December 3rd and one on November 14th.
I think it's December 3rd.
December 3rd, yeah.
Flower, just the first one I sent you.
No, actually, I received 2 letters and I have submitted to the December 3rd letter. We had a discussion and I don't want to get you confused again.
Yeah.
So I can pull up both letters.
Right?
No, this is not, yeah, so,
Yeah, it's this
but I
one.
received 2 letters, hold on.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what-
unfortunately, he received a draft.
Uh,
But this,
Yeah,
there is
so-
a final and a.
Yeah, but that's just.
Is this what you're, just tell me,
Right.
is this what you're responding to?
No, I'm responding to that.
Mark, it's okay, we can work with it either way, I wanna tell you. We
Okay.
can work with it either way, so please, just go on with your presentation.
Yeah,
Okay.
but respond to, tell us what you're
Hold
responding.
on, I'm gonna, I can show you what I'm responding.
And before that, I think Beverly has been wrapped,
I will read it, I will read it.
Sounds good.
So I've changed the roof material from, so I have 2 options. I was changed the roof material from,
That's
so
fair.
that's the letter that asks for light reflective value for non-metal roofs. So that's what I submitted in the plan. So it's a
Okay.
non-metal roof.
That's,
I had,
but wait,
because you gave me conflicting information the day before yesterday, I included a metal roof in the presentation. But then you reverted that and then
Whatever it is you propose, we can deal with.
Doesn't matter,
It
okay.
doesn't matter. Regardless
share my
of the
screen?
letters, whatever.
Can I share my screen becomes clearer when I
Yes.
present?
oh, and actually, yeah.
I cannot, according to Zoom, there's no
Mark,
share your screen button here.
You need to change.
Yeah, if not, I unplug this and I can just look up.
All
But,
right,
Beverly needs to just.
so I'm just gonna, Mark, I'm just gonna read first.
Oh.
Owner, Mark, say your last name for me.
Wickenheim?
Wickenheim and Silky Alman.
Yes.
Hi. PLN 2022-00265, Birch Street, Montana, 036103490. Consideration of a design review permit to allow the construction of a new 2,839 square foot, 2-story single family residence with an attached 668 square foot, 2-car garage on an existing 6,257 square foot undeveloped parcel. Lot line adjustment record, number 2005-011-073. The project involves no tree removal and only minor grading. Project was scheduled for continued consideration from the November 9th, 2023 CRC meeting. The project is not appealable to the California Coastal Commission in conjunction with the requested design review permit. It is recommended that the CDRC determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15303. Application deemed complete November 27th, 2023. Project planner Glenn Gia. Can I get this out of the way before the presentation? Do we agree that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA?
Yes.
Okay. Off the table. And, Mark, what I was trying to encourage you to do is not feel like you had to present all over again, just to address
For sure not.
the,
Yeah, so this is the groundwater issue and how we tackle this. This is the location of the project. Again, as I said, this site is located in a accretionary wedge, which results in a groundwater issue for all the properties on the eastern side of this site. So for the surface water, we have an infiltration bed at the end of the property, and we have the opportunity, because of the stepped site, we have an opportunity to have additional infiltration beds on every step. Currently, we don't have that projected, but we do have areas for this, and we will project it when the calculation will lead to that in the building permit. So these are two easements that are currently intended to remediate the groundwater issue on the site, which is a 10 by 10 foot corner easement on my lot, and linear easement running on the southwestern side on 1234 Cedar Street, Christy Usher's lot. I assume you're Christy Usher. Hi, nice to meet you. So when I talked to Karen Wilson, I discovered that there is actually already a trench running on her lot, on the northeastern side on her lot. So talking to her, the proposal, where have some light? The proposal is, and also there were some concerns by Julie Mel on the lot to the north about her groundwater issue. So my proposal would be to actually change the easement on my lot and make a perimeter easement to catch all the groundwater and make a sub drain there. So it will be a 3 to 4 foot easement that runs along, removing the 10 by 10 foot easement, change it into a 3 to 4 foot easement alongside the eastern perimeter of the lot for a sub drain that catches all the groundwater, only using a corner of the existing easement to the lot in the east to bridge that with a pump into a future easement on Karen Wilson's lot, using the already existing trench, and then getting all the groundwater out into the street gutter to Cedar Street and then into Montero Creek. The intention of the pump is to not harm the tree that's on your lot, Christy, because I know that the tree is precious to you, and yeah, basically having a minimal invasive situation there. If the tree would fall, eventually we would replace the pump with a more permanent solution. We could put a pipe in there, because the trees in Montero are falling one by one. They're pretty old, they're 100 years old or so, and that's about the lifespan of these trees. Eventually, if the tree would die, we would hopefully then move that into a more permanent situation. That's the idea that we need, and that I can make that a condition of this approval. And I've heard you have like a construct planning department, special construct to make that happen and make us basically responsible for this kind of solution, if Karen agrees to that. And then
so what we had asked was for the staff to condition drainage design to resolve project drainage impact. So really, you are speaking beyond the committee right now to the staff.
Yeah.
So what is the staff response or process?
The neighbors have expressed that they still have a concern with the project drainage, and that, while there is a conceptual plan that has been introduced to the neighbors, I think the plan lacks the detail to know that it would work on a technical level, the technical details of the sizes of the necessary new easements. All these details need more time to flesh out. And this is the discretionary permit, the design review permit with public review, public notice. When there's final approval of this permit, there will no longer be any public interaction, public notice at all through the building permit stage. So the way to every decision comes with an appeal period that follows. And if neighbors still have concerns that are not addressed during the planning permit process. And this is really a bit outside of design review. Then it's the appeal that forces the applicant to really address the remaining concerns, and it can be any concern that is yet unsettled at the end of the planning process. So the appeal allows the neighbors to keep the permit, I guess, on the hook until their issues are resolved by either resolving it directly with the applicant or going to a planning commission hearing if the solution, mutual solution cannot be found. Okay.
The staff is satisfied that we're on the path to.
Let's do the normal appeal period. I'm not creating any new process. There's nothing creative about it. Every decision is appealable for any reason. So if the neighbors continue to have a reason, they would, the appeal period will be 2 weeks from a decision date, say today, when the decision is made. With an appeal fee of $616.35, there is an appeal form. So just, I can send that out in case you are interested. If you decide to do it, fine. If you decide not to do it, that's fine. It's just the problem.
Who is reviewing that appeal? Is it your department, the building department?
It is the planning department. It's an appeal of the planning department.
Okay. So is it you?
Yes. There can be any, like I said, there can be almost no reason for an appeal. There isn't a valid quote unquote reason for an appeal. Anyone can appeal any decision for any reason.
Excellent.
But the thing is, you should have a valid reason to win an appeal. So basically if it gets appealed to the planning commission, no mutual decision is found, it gets appealed to the planning commission decides whether the appeal is valid. And then they can either find to grant the appeal and flip the decision, or they can deny the appeal and hold the decision of the design.
Okay.
Mark, can I guide you through what we're looking for? Did you define the pool as part of the project?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
And I moved the 5-foot setback in all the design, on all the drawings.
Great. Can you show us which page on the PDF series the pool is defined?
Hold on, I have to open
Yeah, those CDRC docs.
I can open the plan set. Hold on, it's. So all drawings that include the pool except for except for my pervious pavement calculation, I didn't change that because the pool is smaller. Actually, my favorite to change it there, but I didn't. So here I changed the distance from the pool to this house.
Where are you? What?
That's side plan. A1.1.
Right.
Page 12 in the PDF.
Thank you.
So the pool is changed here. Pool is changed also in the landscape plan. Page 13 in the PDF, A1.2. This is the pervious calculation. I didn't change it here. So here the pool would just be shorter here, but it's just the calculation plan, so I didn't change it here.
Wait.
I also didn't change it here, actually. Forgot. So the grading plan.
So it's included, it's
included in all the plans,
calculation,
it's just not included in the
so
technical
you
plans.
could just condition that the final application.
Yeah, topography is also, yeah, these are just the technical plans are not. And then it's included in all the floor plans, it's also changed. And it's noted here, 5-foot setback. May I add that looking at the zoning code, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you look at the zoning code with common sense, the setback doesn't make any sense, but.
So that's why you moved it to 5 feet setback?
Well, I would move it to 3 feet, but,
The minimum is 5 feet.
well, the zoning code is different, but.
With 5 foot.
Well,
If you read the zoning code with common sense, you read that portion of the zoning code. It says for safety and privacy reasons, it should be 5 feet to the main house.
Mhm.
However, if you actually look at the building, this portion of the building, this part is 5 foot taller than the pool.
Well,
And there's a 3 foot parapet fence to the pool, so there's no opening to the pool.
Yeah, I don't think we actually were requiring in our comment letter last time anything.
we
other
just
than
wanted to
remove
Yeah,
the language.
okay,
Just
whatever.
zoning plan.
Well, right, I'm just saying there was language in the plans before that said possible or optional future.
Oh, yeah,
I
the
was only
pool is in
asking
there.
for that
Okay.
to have been removed,
yeah,
not
we
for any
just needed
project.
to be located.
Okay, never mind that.
Define the pool as part of the project.
That's
Okay,
done.
did you, specify all the materials and colors? Is
Sounds
there
like
a
it's gonna
new
give us some
sheet?
options.
Yeah,
Is there a new sheet?
well, it's on the same sheets that was before.
Okay, let's wait.
Well, we probably have to, because we didn't have a color chart. when
It's
we-
page 33 of the PDF, is that right?
Repeat.
I'm just gonna ask another easy one while we're going through.
So we don't have the exact color, point out that in my presentation today.
What page are you on?
So in the presentation today, I have the exact color chart. I can add that to the plans. I can resubmit the plans this week. So color scheme for the roof, I can go for this much quicker. So here in the I changed the tree and the perspective. I also changed the wood trim here on the roof in the front. So
I just wanna get a little closer, sorry, can you go back to that one? I just can't see the well from there.
there's a wood trim here now on the.
Oh, I see, it's
overhang.
coming this way,
Yeah,
that's what I was having trouble seeing. Okay.
Okay, so then this was the old material collage. So I was asked to provide an SRE value for the colors. However, SRE is not a value to determine color. I don't know if you know that. It's solar reflectivity, which is actually an energy index and not a color index. So you can key a color to solar reflectivity index, but it's actually material. So it's not the right value to actually assign color to. This explanation of this. So the LIV would be right. So the metal roof I was proposing is painted, so it's actually as dull as a plaster wall, so there's no reflectivity
Can you
there.
tell me where that sheet is in the?
That's not in the plan. I would have to add that to the plan. We will add that to the
So
plan
what should be the
after
letter?
today.
Correct, original letter?
So there's another fun letter, so because apparently that wasn't understood, I have an alternative, which I submitted. So that's in the plans here, so I changed the roof, even though we want upgraded materials, I think the metal roof would be more fire resistant. I changed the roof to an asphalt or bitumen roof, which I was told in this letter, that this could be light reflective value between 20 and 80. Which,
That's what we talked about in.
yes, so then if I go to that, I have the following, so my fiber cement facade. This is in this color palette, this is photographed in the sun. This is the color chart, and remove color. And the light reflective values between 67 and 49.
Which is the color though? There's 5.
This is the
total.
fiber cement. These are just colors that match about the fiber cement colors. So this is the range because there's no exact match. You want a color range, that's the color range.
Well, we asked for a color sample if you're gonna paint it.
I'm not gonna paint it, it's a natural paint.
Oh, is
And this is the roof.
is this the actual color?
Yes,
Okay, well, maybe we see it.
yes, there you go.
Can I, okay, before we proceed, can staff clarify what was communicated to Mark regarding the constraints?
And is the applicant?
In this letter, light reflective value.
No, can have a minute.
Okay, so I'll just
This
state
was-
the history
this
for
was-
everybody, because we have to get everyone on the same page. We have to get everyone on the same page, okay?
Yeah.
So the last month,
There's some voice raising.
when you all met, there was discussion of SRI versus LRB.
At the meeting.
Yes, and I had to leave to go pick up my son in the hall. So I had stated at the beginning of the meeting that SRI should be used. But then later on, I think there's much discussion and it morphed into LRB, am I right?
But you got back to the SII. We got back to it. We confirmed it.
And you realize
So,
that
I'm sorry, let me just finish.
Okay.
So at the end, so if you listen to the recording of the meeting, it settled on LRB. However, when staff conferred with the chair, Beverly, as far as what should be the standard, what has staff consistently used to use as a quantitative standard for reflectivity, we said it's 30 or less SRI. So that is what made it into the final draft of the letter. There are two versions of the letter, one that said LRB 20 to 80%, and one that said the final, which was issued on November 13th to the applicant, which said less than 30 SRI, which we consider.
So this is the final, this
Which
is
we
December
consider.
3rd, so this is the final.
It doesn't, so what I want to say is that, Mark, the letter is the letter, whichever one you think is more advantageous to you, that's fine. Whatever it is that you propose, we can entertain it. We don't need to argue about the letter. It has been confusing. This county simply does not have standards for reflectivity. The county simply does not have standards for reflectivity.
That's fine, I
Okay.
asked first.
It is
Why,
very-
why am I asked to give
Let me
standards?
finish. Let me finish. But whatever it is you propose, we can evaluate that for what it is. So please, tell us what you want.
Well, before Mark tells you what he wants, what's difficult for Rebecca and I to evaluate is that, using the LRB range, which of course is not a color specification, you know that.
SRI, LRB is,
Well, LRB is interior color, but,
no, LRB is light reflective, right?
yes, but well, I don't wanna get sidetracked. But I hear you. That range was a lot broader than the SRI range, which was a lot darker. So this was the CDRC write-up draft. Asking for confirmation. We got the history standard from staff, updated the write-up.
Yes, which was then sent to the applicant, but then, sorry, a different version was posted later on the website.
Right, but the letter that Mark got was the final.
What's the fun?
Right, the dark. No.
No, I got a letter on November 14th, I got a letter December 3rd.
Okay.
I can show you the letter I sent to him on December 3rd. I'm sorry.
The letter is not material.
Exactly.
It's just what you were asked to do.
Well, so I got an email in writing, I got an email, if the roof is metal, I need to adhere to SRI. Then I got an email the next day from Camille, and I have a stack of emails this fall.
Okay,
I can bring that in printing.
yeah, no, I'm just trying to understand.
Saying that if I do an asphalt roof, which I'm doing, there's no color
Right.
requirement, which I'm doing now.
May I
So then I
ask-
submitted, can I finish?
Yeah.
Then I submitted a roof in asphalt, so I don't have a color requirement. Then I got another letter after Camille found out plans, which took a week. Then I got another letter, this one on December 3rd, and all of a sudden I got this color specification. Now it's LRB. 20 to 80. Fortunately, this qualifies. So this is what I'm entertaining now.
Confusing to me is asphalt roofs have color
Yeah, I mean,
requirements.
yeah, this is what then I got on
Do you mind if I-
December 3rd.
So now
I
that.
can't believe that we're in this discussion now. I can't believe
So
it.
we understand your proposal.
Why are you yelling?
Oh, we understand I'm just talking. We understand your current proposal as this right here, am I right?
Yes, that's my point.
Okay, so let's evaluate that.
Yeah, let's evaluate this, but, Mark, we do have color.
Yeah.
ranges.
There you go.
For.
This is it.
Are these
Which one?
examples
Yeah, it's it, and it's about in this range, It's
What?
somewhere, I would say,
Or a
yeah, I would say this is probably somewhere.
Oh, I see, you just put a color.
Yeah, I put a college there, and it's
again.
somewhere between this and this, let's go, sorry. So
Okay.
it's somewhere between 59 and 45.
He put a,
LRV. So I'm, yes, I'm in compliance. Am I not?
Let me just clarify, because it is confusing, okay?
Why is it confusing?
Oh, goodness.
cause it's not black and white, it's not.
Oh, it's great.
We have no reflectivity standard, okay? That is why.
Well, it's asphalt, it's not reflecting.
Oh, goodness. May I finish?
Yeah, you may.
So, this is a non-reflective roof material. And for a non-reflective roof material,
We simply say non-white
okay,
for re-roofs.
and that's non-white, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So I think
So I love
we're within,
Yes.
okay, if it was metal, Mark, you'd have to go way dark.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty good compromise. Can you work with that material?
Is it
Oh,
what
yeah.
he's proposing?
Yeah, I'm just confirming that.
Huh.
When all is said and done, can you work with that material? Okay, so the roof, item number one, that's what it is, right? That's the proposal. What was your question, Rebecca?
Did you want a metal roof and you changed exclusively from metal roof to this roof?
Oh, yeah, because the metal roof's painted, it's like, not like this was,
Yeah.
it's reflective, but nobody seems to understand that.
Well, I
Because
find
everybody seems to be confused.
Well, there has been some confusion, because the SRI standard, which apparently staff uses routinely, is not in the guidelines, which is what we were trying to.
Yeah.
Enforce, which is just asking for a, naturally more muted colors. So if the metal roof that were originally proposed were painted a matte color, I find it problematic that, I mean, obviously you can come back and suggest whatever you want, but if the applicant is being forced to give up the metal roof, which is a superior project.
Being forced.
I
simply
I am
said it
for it,
was-
yes.
Oh, my
requirement that is not even.
Okay.
It's a requirement that's not even in the code, you're making up this requirement.
If it is, if you're painting it, I said, bring a paint sample.
Well, we have a Henry Moore, look at this, I'm.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to get to is,
No, but we're trying to figure out what is your proposal.
There
Is
you
it the
go,
benefit
okay, sample,
roof, or is
everlasting,
it the
1038, there you go.
Is it now the proposal a painted metal roof, or is it the benefit?
That's what I said on November 9th,
Oh.
multiple times. Don't roll your eyes,
Let me-
multiple times, is that
Excuse me. Camille's not voting, okay? You're trying-
Yes, but she injected herself into the discussion on November 9th.
I understand.
Like,
but
we
if
lost a
you
good
don't-
month. It's
Just-
money and time and work. You know how much work we put into this project? If this would be for a client, if I wouldn't be my own architect, this would have been, it's easily $60,000 more. I couldn't even build a client this as an architect. Do you understand what you guys are creating?
Okay, that's.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I've shut up.
Never mind, we don't have to talk about it.
I'm not talking to you as a reason.
I understand, but this is not very professional. I understand that, there have been some miscommunications. My feeling is that if you want a metal roof, that we should be looking at whether we can improve the metal roof.
Yes, that's what I was asking for on November 9th.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So if you're coming to us and you're saying you're now proposing an asphalt roof, I'm prepared to approve that. If you would like to say something else,
Yeah,
I'm prepared to
We thought
entertain
you
that. I think that's what
preferred
all of
to
us are
take
trying to say is
metal.
whatever is under water, under the bridge, if what you want to get approved is a metal
But
roof,
it can't be
please
white.
present that to
no,
us.
If you're paint,
It's this, which one?
It's probably this, because it's closer to that. I'm trying to match,
Okay,
I'm literally trying to match this.
so, yeah. I mean, I think the metal roof is more consistent with your architectural style. If we can follow this, that's not white.
Rachel,
I
you
have
have
a
the-
fan deck in my car, do you want?
Oh, she has it.
Oh, you do, I have like 20. Okay.
Then I think you're gonna be happier with the result. It's got more green.
Are these the colors that you already
Yeah, they
studied?
Yeah.
exactly what we're.
More gray. So, yeah.
The everlasting 1038 or the muslin 1037?
They gotta be still there.
No, you're within range.
Something like this, Barbara White, 955. Or maybe spring and Aspen, 954. Or maybe more like Williams, 962. It's hard to say in an artificial light, maybe you go out in sun.
Can I try and find the colors that you have on there?
Yeah, it's probably.
The second and third.
Rachel picked these, maybe I disagree with Rachel's picking. I think you're right, it's maybe grayness or something like that.
What is it called?
Grayness, or maybe a bit darker. Maybe it's like this.
So.
Olympic
I mean,
Mountains.
what it is?
That color, what is the color called?
Stonehouse or everlasting?
What's the number?
Olympic Mountains, 971, that's a good
That
color.
looks good, but I just wanna see the colors that you have on the screen.
The screen is 1038, 1038, or
Yeah, that's too brownish, probably.
this is a little green, 1039.
Okay, these are the colors that were on your screen.
Yeah, that's too
I
brown.
agree with you.
Yeah.
But that was in the sunlight, so maybe. these are-
I mean, actually, 1037 is, I think,
Yeah,
the
that's-
Olympic Mountains also seems.
971. Let me Google quickly what that means in terms of LRV. Olympic Mountains, 971. The LRV still applies to the big.
If we have a sample here, we can just approve from a sample.
Yeah, Mark, I think.
We didn't have any samples before, so we were
I'm
trying to find some metrics that we could send you home with to work with, but this is much better.
Do you think this?
I think
71,726 is the LRV of Olympic Mountains, 971, so it's within the 80%.
971.
I can work with Olympic Mountains or Tapestry Beige.
Olympic Mountains, so it's just darker.
Okay,
That works for
971.
me.
I think you're gonna be much happier.
Is the gentleman more, what's the manufacturer of the phone?
Benjamin Moore, Olympic Mountains, 971, Benjamin Moore. Metal, painted metal. Seamed, right? Seamed.
Yeah, either standing seam or a very small wave, one or the other. But
Cause the wave is shown up there.
yeah, like full Mickey Maki, a smaller wave, you know.
Standing seam, can you choose now?
Wave.
Okay, or wave. Which will,
He's choosing away.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
which is actually good, it allowed a more organic shadow,
Yeah, we looked it up.
yeah.
Standing seam might be easier to install solar at all.
Uh. About the same.
Think so?
Yeah, because it's at regular intervals.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm really glad we resolved that.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right.
So resubmit the plan set with the metal. And
Yes.
put the new paint in.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So you have, that and the other materials too were not, it looks like they're showing on drawing
What we
33.
had last time was, I don't think we had a paint color or a material sample of anything that you
Yeah.
could actually look at, and the renderings kind of look white. Can I see this sample you had again? This is the siding material?
Are you capturing them on the drawings?
Yeah, on the
Uh,
drawings,
Yeah, it's kind of integrated in a photo, yeah, got it.
there's Equiton is similar, I don't know if I use Equiton or just for.
Now, did you end up, you said sample, but did you actually specify it in the drawing? That's
No.
what we're looking
So
for.
let's condition that it is specified as that product, the Equitone. Is there another color you're still thinking about?
I rather specify the color because I don't know if I get that material, that exact material.
Okay.
But
What
so-
kind of material is?
So we can.
so with fiber cement, then I specify the color
Okay, so.
rather than the
Call it
actual
the color
product.
in this sample,
Because
when
I
we
might-
end up with a different brand, that's.
Yeah, I
fine.
will end up with a different product,
Yeah.
because the Equiton is quite expensive.
What's the color?
My,
The color here, I think, is just.
TE10?
Yeah,
TE10,
that's
so
a
we
European
just call it
product. I have a-
Equitone
there's no
TE10 or equivalent color.
Okay, great. All right, we still need, did you say aluminum frames, light color palette? We need the color palette of your frame.
Aluminum frame?
Yeah, we have the material, aluminum frames, and what is the color?
I don't know, aluminum.
Natural aluminum,
Yeah.
Okay, but then.
Brushed aluminum,
Did you specify
The
your
trim is
trim?
wood, do we have a species?
light wood treated, probably treated cedar or something. I don't know yet,
Did,
but a light wood, I wouldn't use eBay or any wood. I would, no, it's probably light wood.
light as in weight or color?
No color, but like this.
Like
basically, no.
Well, it looks like a pine or.
Yeah, it could be pine, but nothing
Why?
reddish, so it would be rather,
What?
So a pine, spruce or cedar.
yeah, something like that, probably cedar.
Pine, spruce, or cedar. Okay, and let's see, you indicated visually that suggestion of the overhang, but it's not articulated.
Yeah,
I mean, I see it,
so I have
but
to-
it's not labeled.
No, I didn't label. Do you have to label all these? I can label these.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I make this fully wood. In the rendering now, I have like some vertical wood slats, but I might actually make this fully wood because I'm not sure if I like it the longer I look at this. So I'll probably make this.
Just call it out as wood and
Yeah.
it can be a single fascia or it can be the slats.
Right, I agree
I
with
think
you.
as long as I agree with you, too. I think I would prefer. it
Yeah.
to be
Yeah,
fascia
okay.
going there.
Yeah, I
Um,
could put cedar or something.
Okay,
I mean, the house is CLT, so the windows inside will all look pretty woody anyhow. So
Yeah.
it will be- I know it doesn't come across necessarily in the renderings, windows with dark.
okay, so we trust your treatment of that front overhang, but we do want it labeled. All right, that is your exterior materials and change front overhang to match the wood trim on both, like that. Okay, okay, and then of course we have this ongoing drainage that you'll work with staff and the neighbors on. And I think we're in good shape, so please. Do not sweat the discrepancy here on item 1, because you have satisfied both. It's kind of a combination of.
Yeah, appreciate it. You can put that in writing, I update the plan set, and then you get an updated plan set. But when do I submit this?
Submit.
You don't,
know,
they're conditions of approval, you can meet them at the vote.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
we're not.
They're very
asking
specific.
you to show us again. So, we know you understand and it's easily employed. In that case, let's just look at the recommendations. That was a reiteration of the drainage, landscaping. Oh, you changed the tree.
Yeah, I did, yeah. as you can see.
Okay, what did you do
I
actually?
just removed the tree on the north to not impact Julie Mel. She has a seating arrangement out there in the garden, which I didn't
Right.
know at the time. And also I didn't know for solar panels, so I removed the tree and I just proposed 2 trees on the southern end. So I just.
And you added one more tree?
I added one more, yeah, that also in the landscape plan here.
To the southwest, right? In front of the house still.
It's in front of the house, yeah, so
Okay,
I have a find this landscape
all
plan.
right,
That would be the tree cost.
got it, I see it.
Yeah, you see it
I
there
can
on
tell.
the side plan, there on the landscape plan, and I still have the, yeah, I still have the, it's gonna be Pacific Madrone. I changed that actually in the landscape plan. I didn't took the image out of the Monterey Pines, but I changed the text, so it says Pacific Madrone now. And it's also, I think it also says that it's capped at, I don't recall at what height, I think
All right.
30 feet or something maximum.
All right, indicate the tree changes again, it's both visual and written. So it's both drawing and written have to be all.
Oh, okay, so I can take the images of the
Yeah.
Monterey Pines out. Yeah.
Indicate the tree changes visually and by description in the plans. Okay, so thank you for doing those. I think Julie will appreciate that. And then that was it, right? Recommendations, and do we have any suggestions? No, it's just that. All right.
Thank you.
You have to ask us if you'd like.
Would you like for us to vote?
Are you
Yeah, I
doing
would.
public comment?
Public comment session.
Oh, sorry. I would like to open it to public comments, and is your name Christine?
I am.
You are Christine. Christine, I will thank you for your letter. Really thorough, really well thought out. We received it after the meeting. And I would have read it in if I had received it before. I would like for you to speak if we haven't addressed any of the points. So we're opening it up for public comment.
Okay, great.
At this time.
And now into read the instructions, just in case there are any online participants who may want to speak. So we're now opening up public comment for item number 3, comments from, yeah, so for those attending this meeting in person, speaker forms are available on the rear wall. Please provide your speaker slip immediately. For those on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature to raise your hand to speak on this agenda item. For those joining by phone, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. And when you hear your name or last 4 digits of your number call, I'll prompt you to come to the front and unmute your account, then from that you may begin speaking. Okay. And now we have received 2 speaker forms. So the first one received is from Christine. So Christine, please come to the front, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this agenda item.
Can I make an exception and give Christy 5 minutes because he's covering for 2 meetings?
Yeah, so we have 2 speakers today, so we can make just one time exception.
So we can do the 5 minutes if you.
Yeah, just one time.
Thank you, one time, thank you.
Okay, hello ladies, thank you. I am Christy, I'm the downhill immediately adjacent neighbor. Okay. The first point I want to make is that the project plans do not satisfy the county's demonstration of scale requirement. Specifically, the county's policy states images should represent all sides of the project along with immediately adjacent structures. This includes my immediately adjacent downhill home, which is absent from all exhibits. My residence should be included on a section as the other homes are on sheet B32. For example, this sheet here where you have these 2 homes. My house is down here. It should also be shown on this exhibit and this exhibit. It's completely absent from these. The county policy states that failure to demonstrate scale may result in a
denial. Story poles would be the most effective at illustrating massing, so I would ask the county to consider revising the policy in the future and requiring story poles for new two-story homes on vacant lots, but in the meantime, the project should at a minimum satisfy the policy as it is currently written, and it does not because my immediately adjacent home is not represented on any of the exhibits or project materials. Related to the project scale and massing, the proposed massive ceiling heights in both the 1 and 2 story portions of the residence add to the mass and scale greatly and are insensitively designed to the existing downhill homes. Interior ceiling heights were not provided for the 1 story portion at the rear, but the overall height of this 1 story portion is 21 feet. The rendering with the massive bookcase shown on sheet 853, which would be this sheet, illustrates the voluminous ceiling heights. Keep in mind, the elevation of my property is also way lower, so the proposed residence will all appear more massive and looming as well from my lower grade. Also on this sheet, the perspective from the pool is very deceiving because there's an entire 6-foot portion of the roof pitch that's not shown on this perspective that can be seen on sheet 832. There's a 6-foot roof pitch that's not shown on here. With respect to the grading, if you look at sheet 852, this elevation here represents a view from my home, which would be a wall of building and it's stacked retaining walls and walls. So I'm looking at this facade right here of just straight concrete walls and building. I'm requesting that the applicant minimize the height of the residence and the height and amount of retaining walls and blend the house and retaining walls better with the natural environment using earth tone colors and materials rather than making them light gray beige. Additionally, the proposed walls are not labeled and need to be labeled on all plan sheets in terms of location, height, and materials. For example, the impervious calc sheets on sheet A14 only shows 1 retaining wall along the south sideline, where the other site plans, including the landscape sheet A12, show 3 retaining. Related to this downhill or east side, the pool would also need a retaining wall. So here, this lot is sloping and this pool is flat. So there also must be a retaining wall for this pool that is not shown on the plan. The pool is also 3 feet from the property line. I assume that that's per code. The rear setback is not labeled. I would ask applicant to label the rear setback and add the necessary retaining wall to the plan sheet. Exterior lighting is still not provided. All proposed exterior lighting fixtures, types, and locations should be indicated around the home and property. On sheet A12, there is some existing landscaping along the rear fence and it's labeled with a question mark on the landscape plan. I would ask that it be identified clearly on the plans by trunk location, size, and species, and mark either existing to remain and or replacement landscaping screening be proposed, along with some protective fencing during grading and construction, if it's to remain. Or if it's to be replaced, I would ask for specifics on replacements, including proposed size, for example, 24-inch box, species, and proposed trunk location. And that's the screening that's shown on the photos that you see in the. In your letter following the November meeting, recommendation number 1 was that the applicant coordinate with building, planning, and neighbors to prevent drainage and flooding. Since the November meeting, I sent multiple emails to staff and the applicant requesting to meet and discuss my questions and concerns, and my meeting requests were declined. I also want to comment on the county's position and policy with respect to reviewing drainage at this time. The problem with reviewing drainage and runoff at the building permit stage is that then the county staff are forced to design drainage around a house that's already been approved. So it's really putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, excuse me, we just 5 minutes, please.
There's still no clear materials board. Everything presented today, none of that's been on file, and we've not had any privy to any of that. So still no clear materials board. The submittal ought to include a dedicated plan sheet.
Dedicated what?
A dedicated plan sheet with materials like what he's presented today, and we've had no opportunity to review. It ought to. The information, okay. The information is incomplete. Well, I don't know where to kind of jump in here with. The plan sheet, if I can just continue through, there's a couple more paragraphs. I'd appreciate not being rushed by 2 or 3 minutes. I mean, I've sat through.
Just major points. And then I have to explain some process to you, but go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so my point, there's still no clear materials for the submittal ought to include a dedicated plan sheets with the sole purpose of identifying all materials and colors with specific color swatches for the house, the siding, the roof, the fence, the retaining walls, the paving. Additionally, I see was no roof material, sample, or color. The corrugated metal is completely unacceptable as a cheap commercial and non-compatible material with the surrounding homes. Similarly, the proposed cement fiber siding is also not residential in character and is incompatible with surrounding homes. Colors and materials should be included for the retaining walls and fences, along with heights and locations, and the proposed materials and colors should be residential in nature, earth tone, to be compatible with surrounding homes and not bright and reflective and commercial in nature. The asymmetrical roof form is also not compatible with the roof forms in the neighboring vicinity. The facade of the home is literally and figuratively walled off from the street with a huge tall wall along the front. The prominent garage doors and front yard that's almost entirely paved over with little to no landscaping. I do want to show you, this exhibit is this is the front yard, this is all paving right here. So 35 feet of the 50-foot frontage is all paving. And this is about 1,400 square feet of paving right here. So that I do not think is going to contribute to the streetscape.
So Christina, what I need to explain to you is, I wish that you had been here meeting 1, because that's when we go over everything. And meeting 2, we are limited in the continuance to the items that were in the list. You make some really good points that are not, that can be offered as suggestions. I would appreciate if you could send this letter to the planner who can send it to me, and I can offer some of this as suggestions. But as far as the architectural review now, materials, the actual materials that we've agreed on, that's been decided.
Okay, if that's your procedure, but it's a public hearing, so I don't see why you're boxed into.
We are boxed
one point
to reviewing, we are boxed into reviewing what we had agreed on or issued at the last hearing. Yeah.
Well,
So-
it's definitely, I'd like to talk to your legal team about that for sure, because, first, yeah, I mean.
I mean, that's
And if you could address, I mean, also legally, do you have a quorum here with 2? I appreciate your time, but 2 people is a quorum of the whole board?
Yes.
It's the majority of the board?
No, the board quorum to vote on board issues is different from the neighborhood quorum. So it's 2 out of 3 have to be present, 3 being 2 architects and 1 representative. And we have 1 architect and 1 representative, and that's the quorum for the subcommittee that reviews the projects.
Well, that's really disappointing if you cannot take into account any of my comments, that this project is beyond, I would not entertain the applicant's tirades about all of his effort and berating staff about this, that, the other. The project is.
So we had worked it down to these issues, and then we resolved the issues that we had listed. Like I said, I think you make some very good points. The other thing that's very frustrating to the public that as a committee, we are trying to change is that the standards need to be upgraded to address these different styles. So this is a modern design home that the Coastside is really not used to seeing.
No, it's not about that. It doesn't blend whatsoever. A corrugated metal roof, it completely does not go. It doesn't, I
Well,
mean,
that's-
the design guidelines talk about.
We can discourse on
The
that
guidelines are
for
fine.
hours now. The designs don't address this issue.
They talk about compatibility.
Yeah, so
Compatibility is
the
different.
committee has determined that there is compatibility, there's precedent setting for these modern designs.
Yeah, it's not the modern design. Corrugated metal is not necessarily a modern design. It's a commercial cheap material. I mean, I'm not against the modern design.
So I don't think we're gonna progress having this discourse, but there are a number of things that you have written about that would be of value if you were to send them to Glenn, because you've run out of time on the oral comments, and you can send them to me and I can make sure that what we have is tightened up. But we can't change the architectural style and materials at this point because we've gone through.
Well, I'm not asking
the
to change
process.
the architectural style. I'm talking about the roof form. I'm talking about.
That's the
plans
architectural
being
style.
consistent.
The plans being inconsistent will be incorporated. But the architectural style, we can.
And may I also say that, there has been a lot of discussion, on the committee about the, demonstration scale requirements, and that there is, I believe, a public letter that Mark put on the next door.
Have you
that,
seen it? We are very much in favor of better representation of scale for
the committee has made an effort with county for several years now to try to get story poles to be a requirement.
And there's
there is a
additional
public petition right now, which you can sign.
But like I said, he doesn't even meet the existing policy because it says existing, it says adjacent neighbors, and I am an adjacent neighbor.
No,
So,
he does actually.
no, it doesn't.
Well, there are several drawings.
No, I'm not on any of that.
Well,
So
yes,
it's
you
not-
are. I
No, I'm
just-
not, show me.
The model. And the model, you brought a full model in last time and your house was in there.
Well, where, I mean,
Your garage.
It's not here now because we don't need
are
it.
there photos of the model?
Yeah, there were photos that physical model here
Well, wait, I mean,
on the hearing on November 9th that was posted on the site.
So if you go through the PDFs again, you'll see your house.
no,
And the
I
drawings.
don't think, I would like you to show me because it.
Well, I can show you very briefly.
Christie, if you don't mind, the chair, Beverly, will be
Yeah.
notating the findings of how this project complies with the design review standards.
You're actually there.
No, that's a garage, that's not, I mean, that's a site plan, that's not, doesn't show, it doesn't have massing of scale.
Right, but
Doesn't
you
show-
were saying you
doesn't-
weren't on the site plan.
That's our detached garage, it's not, doesn't, that's a site plan with our garage, that is not an illustration of massing of scale.
No, but
That would
you
be
were
a
in the
section
model,
or-
you were in the full 3D model. So unfortunately, you weren't here. I think that complicates it because you probably don't feel like you're being heard, but all of this was discussed at the November 9th meeting. So I think the best we can do is take some of your detailed points, which are valid about consistency in the drawings and representation of material. We do need to stop this conversation right now procedurally.
Okay.
So the CDRC is gonna make findings to support the decision, and if you disagree with any of the findings made, or you disagree with the decision, like I said, the question.
2 weeks, 2 weeks.
Okay.
Thank you for your due diligence. It is very thorough. Okay, other,
So we have one.
We talked earlier,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. So
okay,
we're doing what we discussed, right, with, in regards to. the water.
Yeah,
It's just the appeal process that I.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. And now I don't see your raised hands on Zoom, so.
Great.
Yeah, please,
Okay.
please, if you'd like to vote.
Would you like for us to take this to a vote?
Yes, please.
I believe at this point, and thank you everyone for your input. We would like I propose that CDRC approve this project with the conditions as discussed and suggestions as discussed.
I'll second that.
I'll do a roll call. Rebecca Catkin,
Yes.
Barry Garrity.
Yeah,
Okay, motion passed. Congratulations.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Beverly.
Yeah.
Yeah, Beverly's proud.
Yes, it's my last meeting.
No, argument.
Pardon me?
No, I'm just saying, sorry for the national arguments. This has been an exceptional process.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And can I keep your model? Keep your model. It was very impressive that you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see
Appreciate it.
you on the coastline.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
I'm sorry.
Well, I promise you that.
Yeah.
I will.
Oh, I got it, yeah.
It's not, I saw.
Yeah, but he goes to bed tonight, so we're gonna do it before he. I was thinking, I was. She don't have like 2 minutes to talk about,
Okay.
I'll be home.
We did have a fun.
What?
Yeah.
Just that the filters.
It's only so much she does. No legal difference is temperature.
Yeah.
I'm actually thinking that I'm trying to collect them. We could just be something that packed up in the.